The hearing will come to order. Welcome to the Committee on the Budgets hearing on oversight of the Congressional Budget Office, CBO's work in analyzing legislation and policy for their fiscal and economic impact is essential for Congress to make good and responsible decisions in governing our great country. We need to ensure that this crucial information and analyses we rely on for lawmaking is accurate, timely, and transparent. I know Dr. Swagel agrees with that, and that there's accountability for the enterprise and for its mission. And I believe its mission is central to the good governance of the great United States of America. And we're honored to have that oversight responsibility. Before I begin, we have 4 additional members joining us today. They all have taken an interest in reforms to those ends: accuracy, timeliness, accountability. That's Keith Self of Texas. That's Representative Warren Davidson of Ohio, Representative Cloud of Texas, Representative Feenstra of Ohio, and those folks are going to be permitted to participate in today's hearing without objection. So ordered. I'd like now to welcome our witness, the Honorable Phil Swagel, the Director of the CBO. Dr. Swagel, thank you for being here today. And I yield myself such time as I may consume. I'll try to make it short and sweet. And if I could get my statement that I wrote earlier today so I can just read it, my statement, the one I released to the press. Is that this? Let me read this to you. I wrote it this morning, Jimmy. I thought it was pretty good, so I'm just going to read it. Given our nation's unsustainable fiscal trajectory, it's never been more important for the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, to achieve excellence in its mission to provide the most accurate, timely, and transparent information and analysis to Congress and the American people. In order to meet this critical mandate and avoid the CBO being reduced to a political piñata. Ever felt like that, Phil? Or being used as a scapegoat or excuse for both parties' irresponsible fiscal decisions. We must have independent scrutiny over its practices, methods, and operations. The stakes are too high and the consequences too severe to fail in this important endeavor. It's not just our responsibility, it's our sacred trust, and that's why we are here today. And folks, I can't think of a more fundamental responsibility and sacred duty to the American people in our capacity on this committee, other than resourcing the federal government. Glad we're all back to work doing the people's business after a brief hiatus. But then the oversight, the Article 1 oversight and accountability of the programs and their effectiveness, the agencies and their cost-effective operations, and the overall mission to serve the American people. Every agency and every department and every program should have a mission to provide for the general welfare of the public, so to speak. And so we take this oversight responsibility seriously. And that's one thing that, Phil, I endeavored to do when I got the gavel and the awesome responsibility to lead this group of men and women. And my time is going to come to a close before I know it. And I hope, whether it's on this side of the aisle or that side of the aisle, we continue to provide the necessary scrutiny to continuously improve as a committee and as a Congressional Budget Office in our mission. Speaking of CBO's mission, Phil, y'all are central to what we do. Lawmaking is not much more, in my mind, than a set of value propositions and trade-offs. And that cost-benefit analysis that we do with those value propositions is done according to, by, and with the information and analysis that the Congressional Budget Office provides us with. And that's why it's essential that we get good information, timely information, so that we can make these decisions on behalf of the American people. So your mission is a righteous one, and it is an essential one in the governance of our country. Dr. Swagel, you are a man of integrity, and as we've worked together now for over a couple of years, it's been a delight. You were very responsive, you and your team, during the most recent Herculean endeavor, which was the One Big Beautiful Bill that I'm proud that this committee shepherded in the House. You and your team were, in my humble opinion, and at least in my interaction, extremely responsive and professional and diligent, and I'm grateful for that. You have a tough job, and you're scrutinized and criticized, sometimes unjustly. As I said, I think politicians on both sides will use you as an excuse for their political interest. But then there are those times that warrant the criticism. And we need to be able to, as a committee, cut through the politics and the partisanship and figure out where we can do a better job, where you and your team can do a better job. And that's why, and I'll end with this, that's why I can't imagine any organization achieving that standard of excellence and having a culture of continuous improvement without an independent audit. It's just we don't have the expertise, and every other agency and department in the federal government is subjected to not just financial audits, but operations, programmatic. I mean, the IT breach that we're all concerned about, I think you managed that very well, but we need a holistic, independent, and objective evaluation so that we can cut through that partisanship that is in play every time you render a decision, and we can feel better about the outcomes for our judgments, our decisions, and in service to the American people. So I'm hoping you will embrace that. I'm not going to force you to do it. Not going to force my ranking member to embrace it. I just can't think of any reason. In fact, I'd let my ranking member pick the group, the outside auditor. I'd let you pick it. I don't really care. I just want a competent, independent assessment so that we can then be able to make market improvements. And by the way, I talked to a former CBO director who said you all had made tremendous, I think it was the word he used, strides in transparency in your modeling. So I appreciate and know that you are committed to this, but I do think there's a big hole in this oversight, and it could be filled with an independent audit. With that, I yield to my ranking member for as much time as he may require.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I almost forgot how to get here since it's been 2 months on the Mike Johnson imposed fall break, but it's nice to see everyone again. I think we need to take a step back here, and I'm glad to have, and thank you very much, Mr. Swagel, Dr. Swagel, for being here, and to all 270 of your CBO employees. Thank you for what you do. Really the unsung work of government that too often does not get thanked. So I want to say thank you. It is important to remember, however, it is not you and it is no one at CBO that is the cause of 15 million Americans losing their health care over the next year. That is because of the Republican passed tax bill of a few months ago, what used to be called the Big Beautiful Bill, until polls showed it became so deeply unpopular, even the president who branded it that has stopped calling it by that name, has even stopped talking about the bill altogether. Millions of people losing their health care to pay for tax breaks, mostly for billionaires. That is the main thing that has happened this year. But of course, it's not just healthcare that has become unaffordable in America. It is beef. It is other groceries. It's coffee. It's electricity. Almost every staple in the average consumer basket has gone up rather than down over the last 12 months. And that is not because of any action by Dr. Swagel or anyone at CBO. So while the shutdown may be over, and I think we're all very happy about that, the fight to save the healthcare of the American people goes on. The fight for not just the 15 million people who will lose their healthcare over the next year, the biggest loss of healthcare in American history will take place over the course of the next year, not by a natural disaster, not because of any economic downturn, but specifically because of legislation that was passed by this Congress and signed into law by this president. Now, that needs to remain the focus. But we also can't forget that for tens of millions of people more, Pennsylvania, throughout the country, their healthcare costs are going up, are actually going through the roof. On the exchange in Pennsylvania, of course, all 50 states have a different name for their ACA exchange. In Pennsylvania, perhaps not very creatively, it's called Penny. The average increase, 102%. Average increase. So families right now that are used to paying $500 a month come January 1st will be paying $1,000 a month. And that's just the average. For some, of course, it'll be much more. So I want to make sure that while we focus understandably and naturally on CBO, that we don't ascribe blame to any public servant at the Congressional Budget Office for what this Congress has passed and the harm that it is doing to the American people. And by the way, while I welcome very much, I think the CBO director should testify before us every year. Where is the OMB director? Where is Russ Vought? I have a list here, Mr. Chairman. Every single year, going back more than 30 years, we have had the OMB director before us. This is the Budget Committee. We have oversight over the Office of Management and Budget. Has Russ Vought suddenly become a shrinking violet? Suddenly too shy? The chief architect of Project 2025? Maybe he is ducking the oversight of this committee because he doesn't want to testify about Project 2025, doesn't want to talk about the enormous damage that this administration has done over the last year and that he has led them doing. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to just reiterate my strong desire, and I think the desire of everyone on this side of the dais, to have the OMB director do what every single one of his predecessors has done, including Russ Vought himself for the 2 years he was OMB director in 2019 and 2020. Shalonda Young, under the Biden administration, testified all 4 years. Russ Vought for the 2 years he was OMB director. Mick Mulvaney, Sean Donovan, Sylvia Burwell, Jeff Science, Jacob Lew. It goes, Peter Orszag, goes on and on and on. Every single OMB director has testified before this committee. So it is an insult to this committee and to Congress for the OMB director to keep ducking this committee and not testify before us. And I hope that we will have that hearing in short order. Finally, and I know I'm a little over my time, I do just want to say two final things. One final thing about two announcements in the last week. We've had two members of this committee just announced that they will be retiring at the end of this term, and I want to recognize them. First, on this side of the dais, we share the same birthday. We share the same birth date. Day. She is a year younger, so not the same year. But Bonnie Watson Coleman, we came in together. I can't imagine this place without you. And Bonnie, you've had a distinguished career in public service. We still have a year to go, but congratulations and well deserved. And there's one other retirement. I can't remember. It can't be you because you don't have. Unlike me, who's starting to go gray this past year working with you. I
have that effect on people.
Jody, you and I have become sincere dear friends, and we still have a year to go, but I know we're going to be friends for decades to come. And 3 years ago, when you sat down for your first hearing as chair, me, my first hearing as ranking member, we both independently said that this would be a committee about serious policy work. There are performance artists in this place. This is not the committee for them. And under your leadership the last 3 years, and I hope I've helped on this, we've stuck to that. And I've disagreed strongly, and I've never resisted throwing the hardest fastball that I've got, but I know you wouldn't want it any other way. And congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much. You won't believe it, but I'm going to just say thank you and not give a long speech, except to say I'm proud of the culture of serious policymaking, serious consideration of the fiscal trajectory and decline, and the sincerity of every member in their approach to address that. And quite frankly, I'd love to take the credit for it, but you have to have a ranking member. And when you're in the minority, it's a lot more difficult to rise to those those challenges and to set that tone. Much harder to be on your side. So you're a blessing. I thank God for you, and I'm excited about the future of this committee, regardless of how things play out. I'm very excited about its future. So thank you for your commitment.
Since my name was called, one is to thank everybody on this committee. This has been an easier committee to work on, even though we've not necessarily agreed. I wish you the very, very best on the decisions that you're going to make for you and your family. You're much younger than me, but I know this. Having made the decision that this is not the space in which you're going to work, I hope that it gives you the courage that sometimes you've had but has been daunted for some reason or another, to make sure that we work purely in a bipartisan and transparent way, purely in a way that we know what Boat knows, what the gentleman before us knows, what executive branch is doing, how it impacts the people that you and I and so many others have deemed of important to serve. And so you've been good to me. Sometimes I go over, but I do want you, as you are thinking about this last year, even in your very young and handsome stage, that you're going to make government work the way it's supposed to work in a bipartisan, transparent, honest way on behalf of all the citizens. And I look forward to being a partner with you in this. And to my birthday twin, I am so proud of him. And I love being under his leadership. And I thank you. I thank you all, including the incredible staff on both sides. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you for those kind words. And I associate myself with that motivation, without a doubt. And thank you for your great service. Okay. In the interest of time, if any other member has an opening statement, I ask that you submit it for the record. I will hold the record open to the end of the day to accommodate those members who may not have yet prepared written statements. Now, Dr. Swagel, it is your turn. You have 5 minutes for your opening statement, and then we will proceed to the questions and answering session.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Arrington, Ranking Member Boyle, and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to testify about the work of the Congressional Budget Office. I will start with CBO's work on the 2025 reconciliation bill, and then I'll turn to cybersecurity issues. So CBO spent much of the past year supporting both sides and both chambers of Congress as lawmakers developed and considered the 2025 Reconciliation Act, Public Law 11921. My written testimony provides details about that work. CBO's technical assistance helped committee markups stay on track. Our cost estimates and dynamic analysis provided budgetary and economic information ahead of votes. We provided considerable analysis directly to members. All of that work epitomizes CBO's mission to provide objective, nonpartisan information in support of the congressional budget process. The timeliness of CBO's analysis was of paramount importance for the reconciliation process. In the course of our work, at times we needed to strike a balance between timeliness and making our analysis as transparent as possible. After enactment of the bill, we have gone back to provide more information on our estimates. The next budget and economic outlook in February 2026 will have the 10-year budget update, including impacts of the 2025 Reconciliation Act on the economy and on the budget. We will have analysis of the many changes in tariffs this year, changes in immigration, and much more. All right, let me next turn to cybersecurity. 2 weeks ago, CBO learned from our security partners that we were the target of a sophisticated cyber attack. This incident involved unauthorized access to a subset of CBO's email by a threat actor. Working with our security partners, CBO took immediate action to address that unauthorized access. Our security partners have told us that based on current findings, we have not observed further evidence of unauthorized access to CBO email. CBO is operating as normal, and our work to support the Congress has continued without interruption. The investigation into this incident is extensive and ongoing, with help from our federal partners and from private sector security specialists. I'm grateful to the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms, the Senate CIO, the House CAO for their guidance, to the U.S. Capitol Police and the Architect of the Capitol for their support, and to many others across the legislative branch. I realize that members have questions. The investigation is still going on, including with regard to CBO email, the threat actor's activities, and steps to further strengthen CBO's defenses. When we know more, I will provide that information in a closed-door setting. I cannot say things in this setting that might hinder remediation or investigation. You have my commitment that you will get complete information. Chairman Arrington and Ranking Member Boyle, members of the committee, thank you again for your support.
I'm never prepared for such a succinct statement. Anybody got anything they want to talk about? I can't help but notice that our photographer looks eerily like Tommy Lee Jones. Do y'all get that vibe? Okay, Q&A. The audit to me is the big missing piece here. Let me reiterate what my ranking member said. We agreed to make this a serious exercise in reforming the process where it is not working. And we have, as a committee, passed 14 bipartisan budget process reforms that would strengthen the timeliness or transparency or overall effectiveness. I will ask you what things you think structurally and statutorily would be most helpful for us to work on beyond the 14 or within the 14. A couple of them have become the law of the land, including getting better information from other agencies for you to give us good information, right? But again, with the constructive bipartisan work, with the better communications between CBO, I think, in the committee, and all the efforts you've made, there's still one missing piece to this puzzle of accountability and a culture of accountability. And there was a great quote from that is worth reading from, and I don't have it in front of me. I thought I did. Yeah, the price of greatness is accountability. Accountability breeds excellence. The lack of accountability breeds mediocrity. We need this independent audit. I believe it. If I had one legacy item here, and again, I am so confident that just having objectivity and expertise, technical expertise in the evaluation, that I would let Brennan pick this auditor, okay? Because I'm not trying to figure out how to make it work better for Republicans, and I don't believe he's trying to make it work better for Democrats. And quite frankly, if I'm in your shoes, and if I'm in the position of your team, who I've gotten to know and have really enjoyed working with, in order to have that mitigating effect on the political piñata example, I would want independent analysis to demonstrate and affirm some of the good things you're doing on modeling and transparency and et cetera. So give me a good reason, Phil, that we wouldn't endeavor together to have this independent audit. It's been 50 years. We're celebrating 50 years, and we haven't had a single audit other than financial audits. Why wouldn't we do this? Do it this year together.
Okay. No, I support that. I support having people look at what we're doing, give us constructive feedback. And so absolutely, I wholeheartedly agree. And I think we both understand, we all understand the details will matter, the substance will matter. You know, some of the things we do, we do because we have to for the legislation. So, that will require really the right group to assess what we're doing. Whereas some things we do, many people do, and that's easier. Can I say just one more thing about CBO transparency and openness? There's one example, even in the last couple of weeks, of an outside group saying, "Hey, CBO, you missed something." And we looked at that, and this is with the orphan drug provision in the reconciliation bill, and they're a group of outside academics mainly. And we looked at it. We had the data already. We looked at it more carefully, and we said, "Yeah, that's right. The cost was greater than we had in our estimate." And we put out information on that. So that's the kind of thing I would welcome that.
Well, I've got a lot of questions about this, but because my ranking member brought up healthcare, I feel the need to ask you a question. CBO opined on the reconciliation bill, the Republican reconciliation bill, and its impact on premiums. And you all wrote a formal missive that our legislation would, in fact, bring down premiums because of the roughly $1 trillion of rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse in healthcare. Is that a true statement?
I have a copy. We wrote a letter to you and I think it's Chairman Guthrie on that included that information. And that's right, that the legislation in our analysis will bring down premiums. There's a variety of reasons, puts and takes, but the net is that it will lower premiums.
And I would say I'm looking forward to working on Medicare Advantage reforms, on PBM reforms, on stuff we talked about in our committee that got a lot of bipartisan support, like site neutral payments to hospitals. That was one that I got from Obama's budget, actually, but it was in Biden's and Trump's. Let's work together to bring premiums down, make it more affordable. I think there's plenty of bipartisan work we can do. I know Obamacare was probably with the best of interest and best of intentions, but it has not brought the cost of healthcare down. So we've got to do something together to achieve that. No doubt there's a sense of urgency on that matter. With that, Ranking Member Boyle, the floor is yours. And thank you, Phil.
Well, thank you. And let me start off by thanking you, Phil, and everyone at CBO for what you do. One real bipartisan highlight, and it was done with the strong support of the chairman, my CBO Data Sharing Act was passed and signed into law. Jody was chairman, was a chief co-sponsor of that. Passed this committee, passed the House, passed the Senate, was signed into law. CBO was instrumental in working behind the scenes and in helping us draft that. So that way you would be able to better do your job on behalf of Congress and on behalf of the American people. So I thank you and your folks for work on that. And it does speak to the one of the real bipartisan accomplishments of this committee. Transitioning to something a little less bipartisan and very partisan, and that is healthcare, which I addressed, as you may recall, in my opening remarks. You guys were obviously very busy as the Republican reconciliation bill was working its way through here, and there were constant changes, including on the floor of the Senate, where things being written into. I want to remind people where we landed. Because of the Republican passed bill that was signed into law 4th of July by this president, How many Americans will lose their health care who are currently on Medicaid?
Our estimate was that the reconciliation bill will increase the number of uninsured through Medicaid by 7.8 million.
Okay, and how many who currently are on the ACA would lose it if the enhanced tax support premiums are not extended?
The expiration of the enhanced PTCs would be about another 4 million.
Yeah, and you're aware in total, when you add up all of the healthcare changes, Yale Budget Lab just late last night updated their numbers. It is approximately 15 million Americans more who be uninsured next year as opposed to those who are currently uninsured, correct?
Yeah, that's what Yale has. And it's the combination of the Medicaid changes I just mentioned, the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits, and then changes in the bill to the Affordable Care Act, which was another 2 million. So
yeah.
that's how you get together. Our number is is in the 14 million range. Yale has 15, but it's the same ballpark.
Yeah. Are you aware of any other time in American history when 14 to 15 million Americans lost their health care?
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Let me switch to tariffs. Is a tariff a tax?
A tariff is a tax on imported goods.
It is estimated, again, by Yale Budget Lab, that on average household will lose $1,700 over the course of a year due to this president's tariff policies. Does that sound in the ballpark, CBO, of any figures on that?
So we have done similar analysis for President Trump's first term, and we had something like $1,200 per family back then.
That was based on
based on then.
Tariffs then.
The
right?
tariff rates now are higher, and we've done a lot of analysis. We're updating that now to include the tariff reductions that were just announced earlier this week. So we'll have more on that soon.
They also estimate that a 20% increase in clothing costs, an extra $6,500 added to the average cost of a new car. Do these tariffs expand the economy or do they shrink the economy?
The tariffs raise prices for families and businesses. They reduce business investment. They reduce household spending. They lower productivity by distorting and reducing the efficiency of the U.S. economy. So over time, they will reduce the size of the U.S. economy.
Well, clearly, the American people who are already hurting from an affordability crisis over the last few years, ever since the pandemic, things have clearly only gotten worse and more expensive rather than less expensive. Thank you, Dr. Swagel. I'll yield back.
I thank the ranking member. Now you have 5 minutes to Glenn Grothman from Wisconsin.
Okay, thank you for coming over here. A little bit concerned. What is the most recent number on the amount of federal debt we have?
Oh, sorry. So it's 100. It's nearly 100% of GDP. Our projection is now from January, and so that was for 30 trillion at the end of this year. The reconciliation bill we project will add more to the debt, and we'll have an update on that for you in February.
Okay, you said in January it was what, 30?
It was in January, we projected at the end of this year, the debt held by the public would be just over $30 trillion.
What's this $37 trillion I hear about?
That's the gross debt. So that includes the intergovernmental debt, the securities attributed to the Social Security Trust Fund. It's another measure that.
Okay, but just so I'm comparing apples to apples here, your figures that you list for the House Appropriations Subcommittee, you're showing for the year ending 24, which is really a year ago, you're showing 28.2 billion there.
That's right, and that's the net.
And we've gone up about 2 billion for the year that's ending. Well, actually,
an additional 2 trillion from 28.2 trillion to about 30.1 trillion is our projection.
okay. Is that kind of shocking? And what percent of that is borrowed every year? That's the thing that I like to look at.
I know. So we track that, and we track the composition of the debt. The debt duration now is just under 7 years, roughly. The last time I discussed it with this CBO staff, so that it depends on exactly the composition, what rolls over, but that gives you an idea.
I'm under the impression about 26% of what we spend is borrowed. Is that accurate?
Well, the deficit is going to come in this year at about just under 6% of GDP. So that gives you a sense of just the
How much is being borrowed? I mean, right? We're taking in a given amount of money. We're spending a given amount of money.
Yeah.
How much of that amount we're spent is not being made up by new, they call it revenue taxes.
So it's about $1.8 trillion.
Okay. And is that about 26% of the amount we're spending?
Let's see. So spending is 6.8 trillion. So that would be 1.8 divided by 6. 18 divided by 68. That's 20. Yep, that's right. You've got the math about right. Yep.
26%. Kind of shocking. You watched us put together these appropriation bills. I was a little bit frustrated. How long have you been doing this? You feel you're kind of an expert?
I've been director since June of 2019, so a bit over 6 years.
Okay. Have you seen any programs end in that time? Just end programs?
I mean, there have been. I mean, that's instances we've been discussing.
Say in the last year, this was
in the last year. It's the enhanced premium tax credits from the ACA are one that's ending, and our estimate is that
that's still to be determined, but
it's about $350 billion over 10 years is the cost of extending that. I'm sure there's others. There's actually I can mention one other. Right in the during the pandemic, it was the American Rescue Plan Act. No, I'm sorry. It was the bill before the American Rescue Plan Act it was in 2020. Boy, the pandemic years blend together. But in 2020, there was a continuous coverage provision that with respect to Medicaid, and that was ended after the pandemic ended. So there are examples, but I'm not disagreeing with your overall point that there's lots of things that are start and then don't end.
You call it revenues and outlays. There are things like the low-income tax credit, which has been highly criticized. Does something like that show up here under revenues or outlays?
So the low-income tax credit, it would show up under revenues because it's a tax. It's
right. It's kind of a misleading way of pretending
it's spending done through the tax code.
Right. I know new market tax credits is the same thing, right?
That's right. So there's a variety of tax expenditures. The Treasury puts out information on them. The Joint Committee on Taxation puts out their own list of all of those tax expenditures.
Okay.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
We will now turn to our colleague Jimmy Panetta from California for 5 minutes.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Boyle, and of course BWC, who obviously I extend my congratulations after a storied career. I also just want to start this off by giving just a brief comment in regards to the chairman stepping down from Congress. Obviously, as a chairman, as a colleague, as a classmate, as a friend, you don't know how disappointed I am. But I understand based on your obligations, especially when it comes to putting family first, as you always have, and I appreciate that. We all appreciate that. And so I understand why people step down from Congress, especially someone like you, Jody. And I just hope that the way you conduct yourself with our ranking member here in this committee is an example for other committees, to be honest with you. The way you two work together, obviously with your disagreements, many that you have, as we've heard today, but the way that you continue to have a civil environment, something that an environment that hasn't had before in this committee. You brought it to this committee. You maintained it to the committee after a very, very tough session. And I really appreciate that. And to me, politics flows down from civility. Civility flows down from personality, and personality flows down from morality. I just hope, Jody, that the person that replaces you understands that and follows that lead. So thank you. Good luck. Look forward to working with you the next year and beyond, and know how much your legacy has been left on this committee and hopefully on Congress. So thank you. Director, thank you for being here. I appreciate your work, your service since 2019, and the fact that I think it's worth reiterating the importance of the CBO acting as an impartial source of legislative analysis. Without CBO scoring and in-depth economic analysis, Congress literally would be flying blind through much of the work that we do as legislators. And unfortunately, this year, there was the reconciliation process that it passed an extremely expensive tax package, combined with the multi-pronged attack by this administration on the economic well-being of our country. Your recent budget and economic report reduced its estimates for GDP growth this year by 0.5%. And you noted, and I'll quote, the negative effects on output stemming from new tariffs and lower net immigration more than offset the positive effects of provisions in the Reconciliation Act. And while your office noted that some longer-term growth effects will occur, you also found that the reconciliation bill would add $3.4 trillion to the deficit, which means $4.1 trillion when you include debt service. And as you just said, it's over $38 trillion right now when it comes to our debt. And at a time when our credit worthiness is already being downgraded by agencies like Moody's, Fitch, and S&P. And so I just want to today, in my limited time, I was going to focus on two areas: the debt, the PAYGO score, but I want to talk about tariffs. Your answer to Ranking Member Boyle was an absolute hammer, and I'd ask you to repeat that again. Do tariffs negatively affect the economy, and how?
Yes, sir, they do. They do it by, first of all, by raising prices on families and on businesses. They lower business investment, they lower consumer spending, and then they reduce productivity. The distortions they add into the economy reduce efficiency and thereby reduce our growth.
They increase prices, they decrease the GDP, they kill jobs, they hurt industry. But more importantly, as a body and in this institution, I believe they're a threat to a rule of law. Our power in Congress, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 says that we have power, we have purview over trade and foreign commerce, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Exactly. Now, in regards to tariffs, they also drive up inflation, correct?
There's a temporary increase in inflation as the tariffs pass through the economy.
And what does this increase in inflation mean for the purchasing power of the average American household?
You can see it in some examples. Household appliances, last year those prices were declining. This year they're going up. Food prices were going up. This year they're going up by much more. Coffee is an example. And so that's the kind of effect that you see on American families.
And so it's fair to say that tariffs are making goods less affordable.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I thank you for your service, and I hope that you continue to guide Congress so that we understand how important it is that these types of policies actually hurt American working families and not help them. Thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
I thank my friend from California, and I'm grateful for his generous comments. And now yield 5 minutes to General Jack Bergman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will echo the sentiments of all our colleagues. Said in naval terms, we wish you fair winds and following seas, and the challenge of dealing with teenagers. But you're getting some experience here. I'll leave that for another discussion. Transparency. If there was one word I think that we all agree on, transparent. And I'm not going to get into a technical definition because it eats up time, but we have to understand the difference between something being transparent and translucent. We'll leave that for another time as well. But in specific, I'd like to focus a few questions on the Veterans Administration and feel some of these are a little bit specific. And if you want to just say, I'll take it for the record and get back to you, that's great. Okay. How does CBO handle known data inaccuracies or gaps in Veterans Administration reporting? Is there any methodology?
Excuse me, it happens sometimes that, as you said, there's a gap in the information for our estimate. We do our best to, come up with an answer when the Congress needs it, and then document that. In a cost estimate, we have a section on uncertainty, and if there's some information that, instances we've had to fill in, we will do our best to explain it in that estimate.
Okay. Along that line, does Veterans Administration ever decline to provide data that CBO explicitly identifies as necessary to produce an accurate score?
Okay. I'll give you a specific example that the Budget Committee staff this year were extremely helpful with. When there's been legislation for rescissions, proposing to rescind funds, depending on the program, we typically have to get that information from OMB. And the Budget Committee staff have been very helpful in making it so we get that information from OMB as quickly as possible.
Okay. Are there any specific data fields CBO would recommend Congress require the Veterans Administration to collect and report, particularly, let's say, as it involves community care or workforce capacity? Are there any, little things that you've got a list that you'd really like to see data on?
Okay. In those areas, the executive branch agencies are really pretty helpful. The Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we get a lot of information from the VA on issues relating to veterans, and the VA is really extremely helpful, and we ask a lot of them. There's going to be gaps because the shutdown has an effect on some of those data. So it could be there'll be gaps that I don't know about now. But on the whole, I really have praise for the kind of the data providers from the executive branch.
Okay. And are there any explicit assumptions that CBO makes about veteran behavior?
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
Are there any explicit assumptions that CBO makes about veteran behavior?
That's very good. It's something I'll give you an example where we have to think about when there's proposals that would expand access to care outside of the VA system, and there's a variety of proposals. We have to think about how many veterans would do that. And so this, under current law, under their proposal, how much would it cost, and things like that. So we do have to make assumptions about that behavior. We get as much information as we can from the VA, and then we look to other sources. But it's an assumption we have.
Yeah, it would be. I think it would be very helpful, especially in my role on the Veterans Affairs Committee. It'd be very helpful if we could see, just as a committee, just to see some of those assumptions, because we're all working towards the same end game, which is better outcomes for veterans and their families, but doing it in such a way that the Veterans Administration is a partner with the success that it has because of the oversight from Congress and the partnership working together for the betterment of the veteran, period, and their family. And with that, thank you as always for being here, and thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, no, thank you.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 5 minutes to the pride of New Jersey's 12th District, our friend and colleague, Ms. Bonnie Watson-Coleman.
I thank you, Chairman. You're just so good to me. So I'm going to reiterate that I want to see vote come before us at some point, because I believe that the whole story is important, Doctor, about how we are navigating all of these policies that I think have negative impact on economy, health, well-being, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my sort of preamble. I think that everybody that's analyzing what's happening in this country recognizes right now costs are high, services are reduced, economy is not moving in the right direction. We are moving emotionally, economically, and socially in the wrong direction. I appreciate the work you do. It reminds me of the work I had relationships with in the state legislature. We legislators legislate a bill. You all determine its economic impact, its good and its bad. And so I know that there was a question about the way a particular bill was written, that perhaps there was some positive aspects in it. But the evolution of that bill and the determination of what was going to be taken out, what was going to be changed, the fact that there's such chaos in this administration that you don't know from one day to the next what a tariff is going to be, what a tariff is not going to be, who's going to be fired, who's going to be hired, who's illegally shut down, who's going to be forced to stand up again. So we are in a very chaotic period, and I thank you for whatever grasp of sanity and data you can use. I have a real concern about what I think is a marvelous aspect of my country in its R&D as it relates to diseases. So I'm going to ask you about the impact of taking money and pounding money that we as Congress say should be spent. For the President of the United States to say nay, take money away from places like NIH, negatively impact 1,800 grants or so or more that are looking at diseases and protections for the people in this country. I need you to tell me, do you agree that when we do these R&D efforts, that we add positive advantage to the economy, and that to take them away creates the opposite impact on our economy? Could you just share that with me a little bit? Because I have one more question after that.
Okay, yes, I'll speak to some CBO work concisely. And this is work we've done in response to requests from Mr. Boyle and Representative Auchincloss. And so we looked at the effect on the economy of resources for NIH, in scientific research, and their positive externalities. That activity adds to the productivity of the economy, and so it increases economic growth, and that has a positive feedback to revenues. The details matter, but over time, over a long enough horizon, the additional GDP added by that activity will generate enough activity to pay, in some sense, pay for the support.
It hurts me to my heart that we would reduce R&D in this country that impacts the healthiness of people all over the world. That's who we are. That's who we've been. And that's the American way. And this administration has shown us that America first is not on their agenda. Given that one of your jobs is to look at the legislation and make some economic projections as a result of it, given the chaos, not knowing what's really happened next, are you negatively impacted in developing the kind of background information that gives you comfort in what you're saying is the impact of the legislation that is being considered by you all?
No, thank you. I'll give two quick answers. One is we do our best to highlight where we're not sure. And then when we can, we'll go back and look at, well, what did we get right and what did we get wrong? On the overall economy, there'll be some interruptions in the data or some delays and interruptions, and we'll just work through that and do the best we can to inform the Congress.
I'm grateful to you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this moment. I just know that now is our opportunity to stand in our power and our constitutional authority that we've been it's been stripped away, pulled away. It's been manipulated away. Here we are. You and I and the rest of this committee, we stand ready to take it to the mat on behalf of the people. Thank you.
I
God bless.
thank the gentlelady from New Jersey, and now yield 5 minutes to my friend from Kansas, Mr. Ron Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to extend my appreciation, well, actually maybe join everybody in celebrating your retirement. Congratulating you on your retirement. We appreciate your effort and your service to the institution and for your leadership on the committee since you've been here as chair. I know the people of West Texas are grateful for you and the work that you've done on so many things. And I look forward to continuing our friendship in the years to come. So thank you. And now we turn from patting Jody Arrington on the back to talking about real issues. And Dr. Schweigel, thank you for being here. I know it's maybe sometimes positive and negative in terms of talking about the things you do and are the things that we want to celebrate, things we want to criticize or complain about. I know a lot of our discussion today is about transparency, and I think it's very important as we talk about the agency and the existence for the last 50 years and how important a role the CBO plays in the legislative process. And as the designated scorekeepers, it's important that your reports and analysis are available, and they have a dramatic impact on bills that come through the House and the Senate, as well as the public perception of what we pass and decisions we make regarding legislation. We need to make sure that CBO works to improve scores, to actually make sure that they align with reality. And on any estimate, there's going to be some variation. Ideally, you want to minimize that variation up or down within closest tolerance as possible. And unfortunately, as we've talked about previously in the committee room, CBO sometimes falls short of making those good estimates that help us make decisions. And just the biggest example, I guess, that most current is that with the Congressional Budget Office estimated to score for major pieces of legislation like the Democrats' Inflation Act that was out here. The energy and climate provisions in that bill were estimated by CBO at $391 billion. But estimates by Credit Suisse were double at $800 billion, and Goldman Sachs came out with a $1.2 trillion. I will note that shortly after the vote was passed, CBO did revise its estimates up in terms of through that process. My struggle, and I think a lot of our struggle, is that we're literally making trillion-dollar decisions based on this information. So we want to make sure it's the best as possible. There's other examples we could talk about in terms of inflation estimates or budget deficit estimates. We need to make sure that we as accurate as possible. One of the things I'm also looking at, I think we talked about in other conversations and hearings, is that some of the executive actions and some of the decisions around the executive actions. I know that was a big description that was used in the $1 trillion miss a year ago with some of the discussions around that. At the end of the day, we really want to make sure we're transparent in these things. And I'm, as I've talked about before, working on legislation that would actually require CBO to calculate through the baseline or include in the baseline an update on separate tables detailing some of those judicial or executive actions that have been issued since the last publication, and that would have at a momentous amount, $50 billion or more, looking at how do we finalize executive orders and the impacts through that. So I know there's a whole bunch of things that we talk about, and you've been hit with a lot of things ranging from healthcare and other issues and talking about estimates for economic growth. I in my work on Ways and Means pushed a lot on research and development and how R&D and other innovative ideas help grow the economy. So just want to make sure that how can we work moving forward? And I guess I want to give you an opportunity to at least have some comments on maybe proposals around executive actions or other things that how do we narrow down the estimates to more closely react and to be able to refine that process.
Okay. No, thank you very much. And thank you, all of you, the chairman and many of your colleagues, it really impressed on me, the importance of that information. We have been using our monthly budget publication to provide information as quickly as we can on these executive actions when they happen. I can give you some examples, but that's been our vehicle for doing that. And then we wrap it up in the budget the budget and economic outlook. So that's the baseline update we'll have out, this time in February. Student loans was an example where there are many executive actions taken in the previous administration on student loans. And we provided information as quickly as we could to the Committee of Jurisdiction and in the workforce, and then published in the monthly budget review. So that's something that we'll continue to do. And I'm still thinking about what we can do more. I'll just say real quickly on the other estimates. I mentioned one, the orphan drug provision in the 25 Reconciliation Act. We underestimated the cost of that. So I suppose that went in some sense in the majority's direction, in the sense of, we said the cost was $4.9 billion. We should have said it was $8.8 billion. And so, we just have to do better.
Let's keep it there. You'll do better. You were off.
Okay.
Let's figure out how we can do
the
better.
Inflation Reduction Act on the energy, the green tax credits.
Yeah,
just the
you get blamed. You even get blamed for the outfit that scores tax policy too, huh?
Yeah, so that is a challenge that the Joint Committee on Taxation does some things, we do some things.
That's right. And that's
Great.
Something I've had to cut through with my own colleagues during the reconciliation bill. So,
No, wonderful.
and by the way, I think they ought to have an audit just the same. So
Thank you.
okay, my fellow Texan and friend from the true West Texas.
That's
I say
right.
West Texas, and I see you roll your eyes.
Yeah,
And so, Ms.
could feel
Escobar,
it.
you have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to echo the statements from our ranking member about the retirements of two great committee members and friends. I'm sure your families are delighted, but we will certainly miss you and look forward to working together over the course of the next year. And Mr. Chairman, I was heartened by your opening remarks about accountability and oversight and transparency, which is why I do hope that we get the OMB director, Russ Vogt, before us, sitting in that chair at some point soon.
I associate myself with that sentiment.
Excellent.
Full stop.
Excellent. Perfect. So I look forward to that. If anyone can make that happen, you can. Mr. Vogt, the architect of Project 2025, needs to come before this committee because of his egregious violations of law and his disregard for our Constitution. So I look forward to that conversation. We are, our side of the aisle, Dr. Swagel, thank you for being here. Thank you for your work. We are focused on the crisis that the American people are living through right now. It is an economic crisis that is self-inflicted by this White House. And although the President of the United States and his cronies are wholly immune to what average, everyday, hardworking Americans are living through, many of us on this dais understand the depth of the pain that Americans are living through. Grocery costs are going up because of Trump's tariffs. The utility costs are going up in large part because of the elimination of the incentives for clean energy. And we are now seeing health insurance going up. And it's not just for people on Medicaid, those cuts that are coming as a result of their self-called or their one big beautiful bill, their titled reconciliation package, but also the cuts that are coming as a result of the healthcare cliff at the end of this year, the expiration of the ACA tax credits. And by the way, the more Americans who become uninsured, that impacts people with commercial insurance coverage. So everyone's impacted. So people are in pain. But one of the economic pressure points that isn't talked about enough is the mass deportation program that the Trump administration is engaging in, which shocks the conscience. Anyone who has seen the videos of what's going on in American communities should be absolutely shocked, terrified, and outraged. But there is, in addition to this deep mental impact that is occurring, there's a financial impact. The one big beautiful bill, the expenditures for the mass deportation program, unbelievable. $170 billion to deport people, most of whom have been in the U.S. for decades, most of whom also were legal immigrants who had their legal status revoked at the last minute. But there's an economic impact to shrinking our labor force, including the legal labor force, which is what I want to talk about. Forward US released a report and said that as a result of the shrinking of the labor force through the mass deportation program, American families will pay at least a few $1,000s more as in costs as a result. And so, Dr. Swagel, can you tell me whether the CBO will be analyzing how this shrinking of the labor force because of the mass deportation program, how this will affect our economy and Americans? And obviously, I'm sure you can confirm that lower net immigration will also have a negative impact on our economy, but would love your thoughts. Sorry, I didn't give you much time.
No, I'll be brief. The big picture is yes, that our demographics are challenging. We're an aging society. Positive net immigration increases our labor force. We've been modeling the deportations and trying to analyze the resources provided in the 25 bill. In terms of what is the number of people who will be deported, and what does that mean for the labor force and the economy? We will have that for you in February.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Now yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Blake Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Swager, it's good to see you again. As you know, the current law requires CBO to publish its annual baseline before February 15th of each year. For those listening at home, for all 7 of you, the baseline is an official projection of federal outlays and revenues according to existing law. The baseline is crucial for policymaking in Congress, but naturally can change as the years go on and legislation is passed. Despite that, there is no requirement for any periodic update to the baseline. Assume you know where I'm going with this, as we had worked on a legislation last Congress. Typically, the CBO does not publish updates late in the calendar year, leaving Congress lacking information when considering common end-of-year packages that approach sometimes in the November-December timeframe, or in a lame duck period, or the like. The CBO has not provided 3 baseline updates in the same calendar year since 2019, and has not published an update after July since 2020. Last Congress, I introduced legislation that unanimously passed this committee and the House that requires CBO to produce at least 2 updates to the baseline each calendar year. Question: what value would regularly updated baselines provide Congress as we consider legislation? And the other side of it, we understand there's always a cost to this, as it is a significant amount of work. What kind of burdens or barriers would CBO face in producing 3 baselines per year?
Okay. So on the value, it would make members and the public better informed about what's happening with the budget. And right, we had an earlier question about executive actions. With a budget update, we could build those things into the baseline right away, and you would be able to see it. And so that, to me, that's the value: better, sooner information. The cost is that the updates are challenging. With, you said, we didn't do one. We haven't done it since January 2nd. We haven't done it since January 17th. We've been so focused on reconciliation, it crowded out our ability to do, in some sense, the third of the 3. The second, we would normally do with the president's budget, and it's very typical in a transition year. We don't have a full budget on the usual schedule, so that's not a criticism of the administration. It's just a normal aspect of a transition.
Is there a scale aspect here? Like, if you do more regularly, do keep them updated, that it's easier to do the next version of it because you're more up to date? Is that-
There's probably, it probably is, there's always going to be changes that are like sharp discontinuities, but yeah, there probably is some aspect of that.
Okay, thank you. Moving into some improper payment issues, which I think need to be more of a priority than they are always. Combating improper payments and stopping fraudsters from stealing is a priority of mine, I know, as many on this committee. According to GAO's government-wide estimates, based on data from fiscal years 2018 through 2022, the federal government loses between $233 and $521 billion annually to fraud. This was particularly true during the pandemic, when we lost anywhere from 100 to 135 billion in supplemental employment benefits to fraudsters. The scoring accuracy of legislation to combat fraud requires CBO to have the most up-to-date information from government agencies, especially law enforcement officials. Congress passed the Congressional Budget Office Data Sharing Act to expand your authority to request and receive data from executive branch agencies while protecting sensitive information by maintaining confidentiality. Earlier this year, a bill that we worked on in the Ways and Means Committee, H.R. 1156, the Pandemic Unemployment Fraud Enforcement Act, passed the House with bipartisan support. That bill was directed at recouping pandemic-era unemployment funds lost to fraud by extending the statute of limitations from 5 to 10 years. The Department of Justice, GAO, the Labor Department Inspector General have all said that additional time is needed to prosecute cases and would result in the recovery of additional federal funds. Yet, CBO determined that bill would not result in recovery of taxpayer dollars, citing a high degree of uncertainty. Does the CBO Data Sharing Act that was enacted into law last year provide an opportunity for CBO to work more closely with DOJ and other federal law enforcement agencies to chime in a way to inform your estimates using the best available data? And is that something the CBO has made its analysts aware of and trained them on?
Oh, okay. No, very good. No, thank you. First of all, it's been very helpful in facilitating our obtaining information from executive branch agencies. With respect to the improper payments, I want to get you as much information as we can. We have some on the ACA and other things. On the unemployment insurance, with that cost estimate, first of all, we can go back and look again and talk to DOJ. The challenge is that the improper payments go to many people who are beyond the reach of U.S. law enforcement. And so that's a challenge. And with the distant time, is just very difficult to go get them. So that's why we couldn't say how much would come in, and that's what's in the cost estimate. But I'll go back to the office and we'll look at that and check with DOJ again.
And again, I'm not expecting perfection, because I understand the difficult, complex world that exists within this improper payment issue. But that is part of the intent, is making sure that your analysts know this tool is available to them, and when they're able to work with federal agencies, in particular in the case with pandemic unemployment fraud. So could help reduce uncertainty. So thank you very much, Director. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield 5 minutes to Mr. Tonko from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and let me also thank you for your leadership with the committee. I wish you well as you move forward, and I appreciate you and our ranking member providing for the great direction of this committee. So again, wish you well. Thank you, Dr. Swagel, for joining us today. I'm grateful for your public service and your testimony before this committee. I'm disappointed, however, that this is the first instance that we have been able to speak with you in this capacity this year, and that the majority has not yet sought to engage in oversight of other aspects of the federal government under this committee's jurisdiction. As you indicated in your opening statement, the CBO has done significant and impactful work this year. Your analysis showed over the next 10 years the policies of this Republican Congress, including the one big ugly bill and not extending the enhanced ACA tax credits, will lead to more than 14 million Americans losing their health care coverage. That includes tens of thousands of my own constituents in New York's capital region. Dr. Swagel, in developing your cost estimates for the one big ugly bill, did CBO model the mortality effects resulting from this lack of access to healthcare and the ripple effects across the healthcare systems? In other words, did CBO look at how many people would die as a result of these Republican policies?
No, we looked at the change in health insurance coverage, but not the resulting impact on health status and mortality. We didn't look at that.
Right. Well, I share with you that this June, the University of Pennsylvania and Yale School of Public Health found that some 51,000 more people per year are expected to die as a result of the heartless policies of this Republican Congress that are putting healthcare further out of reach for the American public. So, Dr. Swagel, generally speaking, when CBO finds that policies lead to an increase in mortality, does that tend to result in an increase or decrease of federal expenditures?
It depends on the specifics and the age at which people, it's going to sound terrible, the age at which people die. Can I give you an example of something we're working on now, which is a program to treat people with hepatitis C? And we've done work within the 10-year window, and now we're looking out at 30 years. And you cure someone today, 30 years later, they'll work more, they'll pay more taxes, they'll also draw more in benefits, Medicare, Social Security, and we're doing all that, looking out at that long-term horizon. So it's a tough problem. We've done a little bit in the past, and we'll have more on that. It'll probably be into next year before we have that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I bring this topic up because I serve as the co-chair of the Addiction Treatment and Recovery, or ATR caucus, and have been proud to work on many different efforts to reduce the stigma of addiction and to fight for innovative treatment methods and support those in recovery. Ensuring that those suffering from addiction and those in recovery are able to access healthcare that is both affordable and accessible lengthens lifespans, reduces death rates, and indeed improves our communities. So many of the bills I've worked on that provide access to addiction treatment score high because CBO estimates that they will be effective and more people will access treatment, creating more costs through Medicaid and Medicare. In other words, we may pay a CBO penalty for saving too many lives. While I understand the budgetary logic at play, I would also like to see CBO be more transparent about what its modeling shows with regard to modeled health benefits. So, Dr. Swagel, for example, if your modeling shows that legislation will save 1 million lives and thus have an increased budgetary effect, have you considered noting that in your cost estimate? If not, is that something you can consider adding as we move forward?
No, very good. It's you're exactly right. And sometimes we do that. I mentioned the hepatitis C as an example. There's older work before my time on cigarette taxes where that played a factor as well. If it's a small number of people, we probably wouldn't do it. We wouldn't have the precision. But you're right. If it has that effect on a larger number of people, we would want to. Let me just mention quickly one other thing we have in the works that's nearly finished is report on opioids and policies. And of course, CBO is not going to recommend do this or do that, but we look at as many policies as we can that the Congress has enacted in the past and provide the evidence on, what's the budgetary impact, what's the, the outcome. And we'll have that is in the next month or two. And I'll come to you and make sure you see that.
Well, I appreciate that. On the other side of the ledger, CBO often is constrained in how it scores the benefits of access to addiction treatment, as much of the savings come from counties and states and not federal prisons. For instance, we know that the average cost for a full year of methadone maintenance treatment is approximately $4,700 per patient, whereas one full year of imprisonment costs approximately $24,000 per person. We also know that increased substance use during the pandemic accounted for more than a 10% decrease in prime age workforce participation. Yet when we provide access to addiction treatment, it is my understanding that CBO cannot score some of those savings to its limitations on modeling workforce participation. So, Dr. Swagel, can you share any work CBO has done recently to study and better quantify cost savings for upstream care that is avoided thanks to access to addiction treatment? And do you have any thoughts on how CBO might be able to better capture some of these savings?
You can make that quick, Mr.
Yeah,
Swagel.
I'll mention two things. One is the first thing you mentioned, it's a challenge. The state and local impacts, like county spending on incarceration, we're just not well set up to analyze that. And on the second, on the opioids and impact on the labor force, I'll come back to you because we have this report underway, and then some of the hepatitis C work will have a connection. So I'll come back to you. And
okay, well, with that, I appreciate your attending here today. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 5 minutes to our friend, Mr. Josh Burkeen from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With all the niceties extended your way today, I want to add to it. You've been an excellent chairman. You've got a year left, so we're not letting you off the hook yet. And we look forward to that excellence continuing. Director Swagel, there were some numbers that were reiterated earlier about the working families tax cut relative to how many people would, with the changes, have to make adjustments. And so as those raw numbers are recited or recounted, you gave some numbers. Can you tell me how many, because this is left out, of those who will no longer be in compliance, how that millions, almost 10 million, how that breaks down? Because I've got that information in front of me. And I think it's important when we talk through that. First note is almost half of those with the changes to the working families tax cut could still remain eligible for Medicaid if they complied with just 20 hours of classroom activity, increasing their own skill level, get an education or community service, or get a job. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's right. We modeled that, the effect of the Medicaid, the work requirements in Medicaid and SNAP, and we also modeled and included in our estimate the number of people who would work as a result.
So that's half of what that number is. There would be no change if they would comply with 20 hours a week, which is Bill Clinton-like work requirements. And if you go back and you look at history, when the poverty level is actually, that should be a real goal, is to positively change the poverty level. When you go back and look in the last 30 and 40 years, when the poverty level has actually gone down, you'll see it in direct correlation to the work requirements under the Clinton era. Pretty interesting in the last 30 years. And I've got that slide in front of me. If anybody wants to come gather it, I can show it to you. So that's almost 5 million. And then there's 1.4 million that we know were illegal aliens. And then there's another 1.3 million that people forget to leave out, that were those who don't even meet the income eligibility requirements for Medicaid because they make too much. And the reason why that change in the working families tax cut establishes a review to actually say, wait a minute, do you actually comply with the metrics that Congress, when they laid out under the LBJ administration, who should be eligible for Medicaid, the income threshold, a means-tested program? We know there were 2 years under the Biden administration where no one did a litmus test to see if they made too much. And by the working families tax cut, we update it to every 6 months. So now we find out, do you make too much? So that there's truth in the program, so those that are really in need are served. All right, now let's switch gears. Would you dispute anything I just said?
No, in fact, our estimate has those effects, the end of passive re-enrollment, the increased verification on the ACA side, on Medicaid side, and that is in our estimate. We've also provided information on what you said about people misstating their income, in substance, people who are not eligible for Medicaid overstate their income in order to qualify for ACA.
Yeah, this is fraud. It's definite fraud. Okay, now let's roll into the ACA subsidies, because there's another number of millions that there will be some adjustments there. But I will also want to remind all of us that the Democrats wrote the legislation that says that it would expire at this time, because the Democrats, who had the majority at the time that it was written, knew they didn't have the votes to extend it past 2025 because they knew the expense of it. And what they're also not making sure that the American people are aware of is you've got people up to 400% above the poverty line that are on that program. 25% of those that we're talking about make 400% above the 1 million, make 400% above the federal poverty line. And the Democrats designed the program to expire this year because COVID was a one-time limited era, one time in 100-year type incident. And so they designed it to roll back. So I just want to make sure those points, when people throw out these millions of people, you better break it down. And you better make sure we know what we're talking about. Let me ask you about, just to make sure that the CBO remains nonpartisan. What is the process that you use? I got about 30 seconds here to make sure that partisan lenses are not utilized among your staff. And then can you tell me any type, without naming individuals, incidents where you've got examples in the last several years under your leadership where if partisan lenses start being utilized
scoring things inaccurately, that there's a metric in place to make sure that doesn't happen, and there's consequences for the staff who do that. That I yield.
Okay, no, thank you. Now I'll be brief. And ultimately, the responsibility is mine. And I'm the director. It's my responsibility to make sure that our work is nonpartisan, it's high quality, and that involves our hiring process. By statute, we hire without regard to partisan leaning, but we have to make sure that the people we hire are not partisans, that they can work in an environment that's nonpartisan. It involves the process by which we do our work. We have multiple levels of review, both up and down and across. We have outside experts who provide feedback, both, you're doing it well, constructive criticism. So we have different processes to make sure of that, and ultimately, it's really up to me. And I'll stop there, but I'll just say thank you. And I know this is important to members. They want to get the best information from us and make sure it's nonpartisan. So I appreciate that.
I thank the director and the gentleman from Oklahoma. Now yield 5 minutes to Representative Capter from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. And again, let me say to you, thank you for your measured leadership on this committee. It is deeply appreciated. And to Congresswoman Watson-Coleman, I shall deeply miss her sharp intellect and welcome wit at all times. I want to thank Mr. Schwegel, Dr. Schwegel, for being with us today. You're here in a way to represent the government of the United States, and but it exists inside a much larger private sector economy. And I just want to comment on that for a second. You have a really hard job. I have to tell you that I am very concerned about our country. I think we are over leveraged. I am deeply worried about us being over 100% of GDP in terms of our debt. And I don't see those numbers improving under this administration. And that is, an added worry. I think that we as a nation are increasingly dependent on imported goods and losing share in the export market. And that includes imported workers who work for poverty wages in this country, some of whom are being exported now under this Homeland Security regimen. But we have a lot of things imbalanced in this economy. We are not creating enough wealth here at home. And our people are being squeezed on wages and the cost of living. I had a cousin call me this morning. She goes, "Hey, Marcy, I found hamburger. It was $5.61 per pound, except you got to buy 5 pounds. And if you try to buy 1 pound, it's $8. And people are feeling this price squeeze. But this goes back a long way. It's like a snowball that just keeps going down the hill and getting worse. And if we, the answer presently, not by me, but by a majority in this chamber, on the other side of the aisle, is to take away health insurance from the American people. This is part of the cost savings to try to make the accounts balance. It's a very bad decision because it's going to cost more in the long run. If you look at the U.S. debt as a measure of over the last year, has it gotten better or worse? It's gotten worse. We've added another, I think, 2 trillion, 1 trillion, whatever it is. The big bad bill, or whatever you want to call it, didn't help there. Our U.S. debt is going up and our trade deficit is going up. That means we are importing more. It's shocking to think that 75% of the vegetables and fruits in this country are imported. And we look what's happening in California, in Ohio, in Michigan, all the different issues we're having about investment in this country. We have to focus on private sector development in this country, and the benefits of which should not just be shared by the people at the very top, not at the very top, but we're like over leveraged in terms of where the wealth in this society is actually going. And we have to grow the middle class again in this nation. This is truly dangerous. And it's one of the reasons for the split in this country politically. It has a deep, deep economic root. So the numbers I have, which is shocking, that in terms of the president's tariffs, that was supposed to make things better, right? Our trade deficit is going up. We are importing more than we're exporting. How can this be with this tariff regime that keeps to be changing every day? but our imports have gone up by 30%, a third. So it's not working. We're going into deeper debt. We're importing more. It's harder for companies to invest in this country, and we have to figure out a better regime to work in the global market, but not penalize the American people, because we're trying to compete with penny wage labor in other places, including this continent, but around the world. So I think the president has to fine tune his tariff policy, because it's hurting us, it's not helping us. And in terms of the where the debt comes from, I'm going to put this on the record because it's important. If you look back, basically, let's not blame parties, or I can do that easily, but our wars weren't paid for. And if you look at in which administrations, going back to the Reagan administration, who added the trillions of dollars to the debt? And I'm going to say the names. President Reagan, $2 trillion to the debt, wasn't paid for. Okay, Bush 2, tax cuts, $8 trillion, all right? Trump tax cuts in the last administration, $2 trillion, and that's going up already. So it's probably going to be 4 to 7 million. I don't know where it's going to end. The wars weren't paid for in Afghanistan and Iraq, and $4 trillion on pandemic spending that we didn't increase taxes to pay for the costs. So one can look at history, but we also have to think about, how do we grow a private sector in this country that can afford to pay workers a decent wage so they can afford to live? And we've been going backwards for a long time. And with the ratio of debt to GDP, and I'd like Dr. Schwegel to comment on this. This has never happened before in American history. So what?
I've been pretty flexible on
Tripwire-
time, so I'm going to continue that. If you'll give us a 10-minute response to Ms. Capter, I'd appreciate it. 10 second. Did I say 10 minutes?
I like the
10
minute,
seconds.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, no,
I got
I like her a lot, but not that much, you know, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Within 10 seconds, I'll say we'll have more information on this in February. And the situation with a deficit today, the deficit this year, in 2025, is a little bit less than the 24 deficit. It's an unusual time to have such a large deficit when we're out of the pandemic, we're out of recession, we're out of war. So that's what's so striking about the current situation.
I thank the gentlelady, and now yield 5 minutes to my friend from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Swagel, thanks for being with us again today. I didn't come here this morning to talk about tariffs, but I found one of your answers earlier extremely interesting when, and I'm paraphrasing, you said that tariffs made things more expensive on Americans and families and that sort of thing. In that answer, did you consider at all the use of tariffs as a tool, for example, with China, to free up trade for rare earth materials that people here in the United States very much count on? Yes or no?
So that wasn't part of my answer, but that's part of the big picture of tariffs.
So
that they're a tool for
no,
policy.
you did not consider that. In your answer, did you consider using tariffs as a tool with Mexico to reduce illegal immigration and the flow of fentanyl into the United States?
I think that's a policy. It's not part of my answer, no.
Of course, it was not part of your answer. In your answer, did you consider using tariffs against countries like South Africa to reduce racist persecution?
Oh, again, it's the same.
No, it was not part.
It
It was not part of your answer. In your answer, did you consider the economic impact of the $21 trillion that the president recently told us has been invested in the United States as a tool for economic impact, to grow jobs, to generate tax revenue, and this possible sustainability of programs like Social Security and Medicare?
Yeah, that we are analyzing. I hope.
But was that included in your answer that you gave us earlier?
The impact of the tariffs?
No,
not
no,
direct.
no, it was not. And so my point is simply to the folks here in this committee that there are many, many uses for tariffs to improve America's place in the world and to get international partners to work with us on things of great interest to Americans. So thank you for that. I didn't come here to talk about tariffs. I actually came here to talk about CBO. Can you tell us what reforms you would recommend to CBO? Because all of us, after every single bill, take issue with some of the answers that we get.
No, no, thank you for the question. In some sense, I would say the reforms to CBO should follow the desires of the Congress for more information. As we talked about, more frequent baseline updates, that would require changes within CBO. If it's useful, then we got to do it. If CBO is built in a sense for regular order, and the legislative process has deviated from that. And in some sense, the question is, should we change the way we work and just, adapt to the reality of that deviation from regular order? There's things like the baseline construction, the baseline follows the rules set by the Congress. If Congress would benefit from different information, well, then we would provide that. I'll give you one quick example, and then I'll stop.
Right.
For example, the Social Security program, some people focused on the benefits that have been promised, and some people focus on the benefits that are feasible, the payable versus the promised benefits. We provide both, but one of them is in the baseline and one is not.
Tell us a little bit about how you keep score for yourself. How do you maintain your report card on the things that you go and do a look back on, and how frequently you do that?
Okay. I mean, so we have regular reports, but you asked about me, and I look back and say, well, what did we get right and wrong? And naturally, the big ones are the ones that weigh on me. So I'll give you, do the negative first and then the positive, right? It's difficult to project interest rates. Interest rates have been higher over the last couple of years than we projected, and that has an effect on our projections. And so we're doing a lot of work now on our interest rate modeling. In the other direction, our modeling of the 2017 Tax Act in 2018 and 2019 was spectacularly on target, 99.6, 99.8% accurate for 2018 and 2019. And obviously 2020 is a weird year with the pandemic, but that's in substance a success.
All right. Thank you. Unfortunately, my time is up. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the gentleman from North Carolina, and yield 5 minutes to Ms. Jayapal from Washington State.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by echoing my colleague's demand to call in Project 2025 architect and OMB director Russ Vogt for a hearing. Mr. Vogt needs to answer for the unlawful actions of the Trump administration to withhold funding that was passed with bipartisan support in Congress, not to mention the affordability crisis that's been created by this administration. But since we don't have Mr. Vogt, I'm going to turn to you, Mr. Swagel. I've got some easy questions for you. You've served as director of the Congressional Budget Office since 2019, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And in all your years at the Congressional Budget Office, which law has CBO scored as increasing the deficit by the largest amount?
Oh boy, the largest amount. This was this added to the debt by over $4 trillion, including the net interest payments. So that would likely be the 2025 reconciliation.
The one big beautiful bill or the one bad betrayal bill? The cost of the big bad betrayal bill is $3.4 trillion over 10 years, correct?
Yes, that's right.
And as you know, Republicans are refusing to extend Affordable Care Act tax credits. And as a result, 22 million Americans are receiving notices of skyrocketing premiums in the new year. In my home state of Washington, 80,000 people are expected to drop coverage simply because they can't afford it. Mr. Swagel, is it true that the CBO projects that the number of uninsured people will rise by 2 million in 2026, by 3.5 million in 2027, and by 3.5 million in 2035 if these enhanced subsidies expire?
That's correct. The expiration of the enhanced subsidies will lead to those impacts.
Loss of insurance. And is it true that CBO and the Joint Committee on Taxation estimates that a one-year extension of the ACA tax credits is $30 billion and a permanent extension would total $350 billion over 10 years?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're talking about $30 billion to extend the ACA tax credit for 22 million Americans for one single year, $90 billion for a 3-year extension, all a tiny fraction, if I do my numbers right, of that $3.4 trillion price tag for the one bad betrayal bill. And that bill also cuts taxes by $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years, while cutting $1.1 trillion from SNAP, Medicaid, and other health programs. So I want to quickly run through some of the beneficiaries of these tax cuts. Funds that could go towards extending the ACA tax credit, SNAP, other healthcare benefits that American families depend on. So in 2023, the estate tax only applied to the wealthiest 4,000 estates. The Big Bad Betrayal Bill permanently doubled the estate tax exemption, permanently. So it's $15 million for an individual and $30 million for a couple next year. And going forward, it's going to be indexed to inflation. And that solely benefits the top 0.2%, 0.2%, passing on millions in wealth to people who have done nothing to earn it. Is it true that the JCT estimates that this estate tax cut costs $212 billion over 10 years?
Yes, that's correct.
And when it comes to multinational corporations, taxing less on foreign earnings compared to domestic earnings incentivizes those corporations to shift profits abroad, including by moving jobs out of the United States. So is it true that JCT estimates the Big Bad Betrayal cuts international taxes for businesses by $167 billion over 10 years?
Yes, that's correct. $167 billion on the international tax.
So I want to get this really clear in my mind, and for anyone who might be watching this, Republicans are rewarding corporations for sending U.S. jobs overseas. And these examples I've given you are just a couple of the examples of Republicans cutting taxes for the ultra rich that could help Americans who are struggling to afford care. But they're prioritizing the top 2% instead of hardworking Americans. And so I feel like it's very important for the American public to understand that as their grocery prices are going up, their utility prices are going up, their health insurance costs are going up, what Republicans have done is permanently extended tax cuts for a very tiny group of people at the top and given out a bunch of corporate giveaways. And then they're saying suddenly we can't afford health care for 22 million Americans who are facing doubling and tripling health insurance premiums. And I know many of my constituents, Mr. Chairman, they're coming up to me and they're saying, I'm not choosing to get health care because I need to pay my mortgage and my rent. And I think it is absolutely unforgivable that this is the way we've chosen to spend the American taxpayers' money, benefiting a tiny group of people and saying, you know what, we don't care if you can't afford health care, if you're going to be uninsured, if you can't afford your rent, if you can't afford your grocery bills, we're just going to go along with this because that's what we do as Republicans. I think it's outrageous. I hope that we extend these tax credits permanently, just like you did for those tax breaks for the top billionaires. I yield back. I know you're going to miss us, Mr. Chairman, when you
Just
leave.
listening to you makes me wonder if I made the right decision to retire.
Well, you could always switch, Mr. Chairman. We got some work to do together.
We came in together, and you're a good friend. And even when I vehemently disagree with you, I have to say you're a good friend. So I will miss you. But I'm going to hand the conch to my colleague and fellow Texan, Mr. Chip Roy, for 5 minutes.
Thank the chairman. I thank the chairman for holding this hearing. It's good to see the director. I want to echo what the chairman said earlier, that anytime I reach out to the director or the office at CBO, they're always responsive. I appreciate that. And it is a complex job and difficult, and I get it. This is an oversight hearing. It's not supposed to be a political stump hearing about various policies, but yet, as politicians do, we've gone down that road. I would, along those lines, try to at least blend the concept of oversight to address a few of the allegations being made by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. And I just wonder, when we're talking about the subsidies that have been a part of virtually every one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle's commentary, the subsidies that were expressly adopted by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle unilaterally during the Biden administration as COVID-era credits, that my question for you is would it have been possible for CBO to have made any forecast whatsoever involving those subsidies in, say, 2019?
No, I mean, we didn't have those in the baseline. We had the law as enacted by President Obama and not the subsidies.
Which did not include said subsidies because they did not exist, correct? Now, so now my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are suggesting that these subsidies that were adopted by their own rhetoric as temporary subsidies and voted as temporary relief for a short period of time, question, were they done so for 10 years?
No, the baseline followed current law, which was 2 years and then extended another 2 years.
For the subsidies. They were 2 years and then extended, right? So my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that passed these by their vote alone could not do them for 10 years, could not do them for beyond 2 years. And so here we sit, and now we're being told we must adopt these subsidies that were not even a part of your analysis because they were supposed to be temporary. And so my question for you is, as you're looking forward in terms of the baseline and going forward, is do you think that these subsidies are materially going to impact the bottom line of any American taxpayers, or will they more likely affect the bottom line of insurance companies that get literally 85% of their revenue from the federal government?
No, I understand the question. We haven't done that exact analysis, but it'll have those effects because people will, lose coverage, will have less subsidies. The tax credit, the mechanism is that the money goes directly to the insurance company. So that'll have an effect on the insurance company.
So that's an important point here. The money that's being talked about goes directly to the insurance company, which is then supposedly supposed to materialize in some manifest benefit for taxpayers. So here's another question. Since 2010, since the advent of Obamacare, as it's called, or the Affordable Care Act, or as the Washington Post referred to it recently as the Unaffordable Care Act, in essence, has not healthcare as a percentage of the budget grown from something in the zip code, all in, Medicare, Medicaid, ACA, VA, all health related, grown from something like 17, 18% in 2010 to 29 to 30% today?
No, that's right. And it's something that we're thinking a lot about is what more information we can provide you on options to change the shape of spending with healthcare.
So this is going to bring me to my question that is now back to the oversight question, a little less of the political policy question in our limited 5 minutes. I'd like to do this for 30 minutes or an hour because it's the only way we can actually get to some result. You and I have talked before about this problem between CBO and JCT and the difficulty of the questions before us to make legitimate policy decisions on these complex issues. The one in particular, the question that bugs me the most, is if we were to transform our system so that we were no longer acting under the legacy of the wage control environment in which corporations get the tax benefit in a post-World War II environment for providing health care to individuals, but rather for giving those dollars as a expense in their business to individuals to put into a health savings account. That if we did that and then transform the system to empower individuals with those same tax dollars, they're the same. You give them to individuals and allow them to then go shop in a market and then reinstate some competition and some regulatory flexibility for people in the insurance markets, that we could drive prices down and in fact have a positive impact on the budget. But yet we end up in an infinite do loop between CBO and JCT, sort of sticking finger in the air without an ability for us to make a decision that we think tomorrow, if we flip that switch, would make healthcare dramatically more affordable for the American people. How do we solve that problem?
Okay. No, it's an important question. It's something we've made some progress on. I'd like to do much more. It's such a big picture question. You're right. We would work together with JCT on that. And I would put that into the bucket, not a bucket, into the category of big changes that we would want to do, in some sense, a major effort on to understand the literature, to understand what we don't know, and work with you to get that done.
Well, I thank the director. I'm out of time, so I'd yield back. I just think this is an important issue we should explore about how to address this issue.
Would the gentleman yield the time he doesn't have generously yield?
I will generously take time from the ranking member.
Just to follow up on this, because I mean, it is maybe a little bit out of purview of CBO, but kind of those forward-looking, prospective type options as we have a $38 trillion debt and are facing, some really very worrisome numbers, particularly in the 2030s. We had talked before in my office year ago about some CBO kind of research that you were doing and possibly putting out different options for policymakers, ultimately us to consider. And if it's all right with the chair, if you could talk about that work, it certainly would be of interest to me, but I think from what sounds like it'd be of interest to Mr. Roy and to others.
No, that's right. And I'll mention three things. One, we have in the works for the end of, it'll be the end of 26, is an update of budget options. And so that, there's options across the federal budget on the revenue side, the spending side. None of them are CBO recommendations. They're just, giving you options. I'd like us to do 2 additional specialized volumes, one on Social Security options and another on healthcare options. The Social Security, in some sense, the number of levers, it's more self-contained, whereas healthcare is just, in some sense, as everything. That the healthcare would be a bigger, longer horizon, but I'd like to work with you.
And let me say to my colleagues that I understand that healthcare is front and center in the debate here and probably in the living rooms, kitchen tables across the country. And I plan on, with the support of my colleagues, having that debate where that is the theme of the hearing with expert witnesses on both sides, because I think it's important to have that debate. I have a lot to say about it myself. I'm trying to stay focused on oversight, but you just know that is forthcoming in the immediate future. And I just think it's really important that we do it. And that's what I love about the Budget Committee, quite frankly, is because it touches every aspect of the federal government operations. And to Chip Roy's comment, there's nothing that's driving spending and the unsustainable deficits and debt like healthcare and the cost of healthcare. So
Let me say, I would strongly support us having that hearing sooner rather than later, given the looming crisis that will be happening in this country, that's happening already right now, but especially over the next 12 months because of policies that were recently adopted.
with that, Mr. Bobby Scott, 5 minutes from the mother of all states. That'd be Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I want to join the chorus of congratulations on your career, particularly the running of this committee, which has been done in a dignified fashion that ought to be a model for other committees. So thank you so much. And Ms. Watson Coleman, I knew her before she got elected to Congress, and I certainly appreciated her service. Mr. Swagel, we've had news reports of aircraft carrier groups near Venezuela supposedly to stop drugs from coming in. They've blown up boats. Can you, just stepping past the idea of whether that's even legal, designating somebody some kind of terrorist and then killing them without no trial, no nothing, whether or not that's even good policy. If you stop 10% of the drugs from coming to the United States, the reaction wouldn't be 10% less coming in, it'd be 10% more being shipped. Do you have any evidence that interdiction like this has any effect on drug use in the United States in terms of availability and price?
Okay. We have, I'll tell you, the work we have coming out in the next month or two looks at opioids, and it looks at supply, demand, and interdiction, and evaluates the evidence of that. And it's one of the challenges of the issue is that there's no one thing. That in some sense, a variety of policies will be needed. And we're not evaluating the particular aircraft carrier type policies you're mentioning. We didn't envision those, but we'll look at other kind of interdiction policies.
Well, you have to maybe have some, but if you're going to spend an extra, I understand it's about $7 million a day cost for an aircraft carrier group. If you're going to spend that kind of money extra, you want to get something for it. Is there any evidence we get anything for that additional expense in terms of reduced drug use in the United States?
I don't know. It's something we're going to look at, and we've been asked about the cost of the operation as well. And there, the issue is that instances in place of regular training, or is it in addition? And so we'll look at that as well.
So you can't say that you can't say at this point that it does any good at all.
I can't say either way. That's right.
You can't say that it does any good at all. You can't say that.
I can't. Yeah,
Okay.
that's why I can't say.
Well, I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you that question. I asked
Yeah,
you
no, I'm.
the question I asked. You asked a lot of questions about insurance coverage and insurance, and the effect of more people uninsured on those with insurance. Can you show the effect of, say, the effect of on rural hospitals and hospitals that have significant uncompensated care when you have additional uninsured?
Oh, no, that's right. It's a challenge for providers, for hospitals, for rural hospitals in particular, where there's a limited number of providers. We have not done that particular analysis of the changes in health insurance, but the general point is the right one.
Can you say the effect of getting rid of energy tax credits on energy prices?
So the energy tax credits that were changed in the reconciliation bill will have a variety of effects on individual families with, say, electric vehicles, and then the subsidies for renewable energy generation. We haven't done the work to pinpoint the effects on households and the economy. Some of that will be in our February update. So I have to put you off, but stay tuned.
Okay, well, the idea that you get rid of renewable, you encourage renewable energy with the tax credits, get rid of them, you have less renewable energy. Doesn't that increase energy prices?
That's correct. Lower supply of energy, of electricity would have the effect you said on prices.
Can you say a word about whether or not firing people saves money, particularly when a lot of them are soon rehired and eventually and others replaced with new workers that don't know what they're doing?
Yeah, we've been.
Do you save money?
We've been trying to analyze that. What's the effect on the federal government and the overall economy? I don't have a clear answer, but it's going to be small. Small and be difficult to disentangle from the other things going on in the economy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his kind words and collegiality and service. And now yield 5 minutes to our colleague from North Carolina, Mr. Addison McDowell, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman. And it's hard to come up with anything new to say about you in this hearing, but I'm immensely grateful for your leadership of us over the last year and look forward to continuing to work together. But as a sign of my appreciation of you, and I know that I'm a principled guy, and this pains me a great deal. But I will say I'll say in this hearing until you gavel it out, Texas has equal barbecue to North Carolina. I can't say anything more than that, but it's equal. It's certainly not better, and it never will be. But Mr. Chairman, we're going to miss you. But Dr. Swagel, we appreciate you taking the time to be with us today, and I want to make sure that we focus on the oversight aspect of this. But I want to touch on what has been discussed a lot today, and it's the ACA and it's healthcare. And I think something that we haven't discussed would be the issue of consolidation in the healthcare space. And I think that creates a lot of issues when we see a hospital be the purchaser of an insurance company or a pharmacy or a physician group or vice versa, and any of the other things. And when I look at healthcare generally, what I see is it's a group of everyone in the industry sitting around a table wanting their own piece of the pie. And let's be honest, they're all handcuffed by the Affordable Care Act and the limits that put on competition. But the sad thing to me, and I think it's something that my colleagues across the aisle fail to recognize, is that the only people that aren't getting a piece of the pie are the American people. They're the ones getting left out, so that this hospital system or whoever that also owns an insurance company, that also owns a physician group, that also owns a PBM, they have no incentive to lower the cost of anything because each of them profits along the way. And so I think it's the consolidation that has become the issue. And I'd like to introduce into the record this testimony from the Director of Health Analysis from the CBO. And I want to highlight something that was
That
said.
objection so ordered.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a direct quote from this. The CBO projects that federal subsidies for private health insurance will total $6.4 trillion through 2033. And that is a staggering number to me, which if we have to subsidize this to make it work, it doesn't work. And so my question for you would be, can you explain why the CBO's initial scoring of the Affordable Care Act was incorrect?
Okay. No, very good. I'm going to answer that directly, and then maybe I'll just say a word or two about the consolidation and vertical
Sure.
integration, which are really at the heart of
Sure.
some of the analysis. So the Affordable Care Act, had many pieces to it, and one of the challenges for CBO is that there are things that were done that were new, or the evidence base was narrow. And so, for example, the mandate that had been done in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But it turns out that what happened in Massachusetts doesn't really, in retrospect, didn't shed as much light on what would happen for the whole country. So that, in terms of the uptake in the exchanges, was much less than CBO at the time expected, whereas the uptake in Medicaid, the Medicaid expansion, was much more. And so that's just one example. It's really the challenge is something so new and so big that the agency is going to do the best it can, and then just try to go back. And just be honest about it, that like the mandate, CBO has put out other information saying, look, it was just different. I was about to say we got it wrong, it would be another way of saying it, but it was different than what we thought, and here's why. And the chairman said continuous improvement, and that's it. I mean, we've got to do that. Maybe 10 seconds on consolidation and market power, and those are incredibly important questions. As Chapin White in the testimony talked about that. The vertical integration showed up. We have work on the 340B drug program. The integration you mentioned shows up there. It just shows up everywhere, and we're doing more work on it. But you've got your finger on exactly the key issue.
Gotcha. Well, Mr. Chairman, I do have some questions about transparency I would have liked to have gotten to, so I'll submit those for the record, but yield back.
Okay. No, thank you.
I thank the gentleman, and now yield to my friend from Kentucky, Mr. Morgan McGarvey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Swagel, for being here today. You are an expert. You are nonpartisan. That's something rare in Washington these days. It means that neither side likes you, and both appreciate the work that you and your staff do, because it's really important. The budget is our ultimate policy document. It's a moral document. And it's so much more than spreadsheets and esoteric terms, because it shows up for people in our communities in ways that they can see and they can feel. It shows up in their monthly bills. It shows up in their health care, their child care. It shows up in their insurance rates. It shows up in rent and mortgage and the cost of groceries and food, and how much food is even in the pantry, and their kids' opportunities in education. The things we do in this budget, they show up and people see and feel them. And I think that's particularly true right now. Everywhere I go in Louisville, Kentucky, people are talking to me about these budgetary policies and the ways that they impact them. In fact, just this weekend, I was out in Louisville and I got stopped by a couple who own a small business, and they said, "We've been listening to you. If you need one more story about the cost of healthcare, here's ours." And they own a great business in my town. And together, the two of them are on the Affordable Care Act. They pay $625 per month. So it's not free, $625 per month. Without the Affordable Care Act tax credits, they told me that their premiums are going to go to $2,501 per month for the two of them to have health care. They run a great small business, but no small business owner can afford to do that. So as we're talking about these ACA tax credits, Dr. Swagel, if we don't extend the ACA tax credits, our out-of-pocket costs for families that rely on them, like the small business owners and entrepreneurs in Louisville, Kentucky, going to increase significantly?
Yes, the out-of-pocket costs will increase with the end of the subsidies. The impact will depend on people's age, people's income, and there's some groups that will have quite large changes in out-of-pocket costs, and others will have more modest ones.
But what I'm hearing is it's going to impact everybody, and this isn't going to just show up in what they pay out of pocket. I'm worried this shows up in how people actually get healthcare, how they take their kids to the doctor when they're sick, how they go to the doctor when something's wrong. If these ACA tax credits aren't extended, how many people does the CBO estimate will lose their health insurance altogether?
That we have the change in the uninsured at around 4 million with the expiration of the ACA enhanced premium tax credit.
4 million people are going to lose their health insurance. And why do you think that is?
It's, some people will lose access to the subsidy entirely. Some of them might have a subsidized offer of health insurance from somewhere else, but the subsidy might not be enough for them to take it up.
And I know you're a budget guy and you're using big budget words, but that means people aren't going to be able to afford it.
It's a mix. The cost will go up and people will say, I can't afford that. And then they'll be uninsured.
Right. That's what's going to happen. So how many total, because now we're talking about the ACA tax credits. Those expire December 31st of this year. But in previous legislation this year that some have referred to as the one big beautiful bill, I don't think it is that. But there's other Medicaid cuts in there that are really going to impact my state in Kentucky. The Kentucky Hospital Association is predicting 35 rural hospitals are going to close. Hundreds of thousands of my neighbors in Kentucky are going to lose their health insurance. How many total do you all think will lose health insurance? If you combine the Affordable Care Act tax credits not being extended by the Republicans, and if you combine the other changes that have been made, such as in that bill, what's going to happen?
Okay, right. So we just talked about the expiration of the premium tax credit, the enhanced PTCs. Within the 2025 reconciliation bill, the changes to Medicaid, we projected that would increase the number of uninsured by 7.8 million. So that's from the Medicaid side. There are changes on the Affordable Care Act side that would increase uninsured by about 2.1 million. So those two together come to about 10 million from the 25 reconciliation act.
That's 10 million Americans are going to lose their health insurance. Are those Americans going to stop getting sick?
No, they won't.
Okay, right. And it's going to cost all of us more money. This is why this is so important for us to deal with and why it's so important to deal with right now. Because you know what? People don't care about this committee. They don't care about the pieces of paper that come out. They care about being able to take their families to the doctor when they get sick. And that's what we should be helping to do up here. Unfortunately, I'm running out of time. I am extremely worried about the costs going up in food because of policies. We'll get with you on some of that. And especially with the income distribution, how so much more is going to the richest Americans and it's not being spread across the field right now at a time, again, when there are policies that are they're causing people to lose their health insurance. So thank you very much, Dr. Swagel, for being here. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and again, remind my colleagues, we will have a healthcare debate and discussion and a good hearing, and it will be in the immediate future, and I'm looking forward to that. Now, we'll yield 5 minutes to my friend from Georgia, Mr. Andrew Clyde.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and you will be greatly missed as being the representative for my wife's side of the family for many years in West Texas. So
I wonder why you were so nice to me all this time. Makes sense.
It has been a pleasure working in this committee under your leadership. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Swagel, thank you for being here. The United States fiscal outlook is worsening under a rapidly growing national debt driven by chronic overspending. Our gross federal debt is now more than $38 trillion, 121% of GDP, and is projected by CBO to reach nearly $60 trillion by 2035 if we fail to act. Is that correct? That is correct.
Yeah, yes, sir, that's correct.
$60 trillion.
That's in our long-term budget outlook. I don't have.
Is that sustainable?
Right. No, sir, the trajectory is unsustainable.
It's not sustainable. So at some point, we're going to have a fiscal crisis in this country because of the national debt. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you have an estimate as to when that would happen?
No, and that's the challenge, is that we have a problem. It's unsustainable. We can't say when or what will spark.
Have you ever read the book by Ray Dalio called How Countries Go Broke, The Big Cycle?
I haven't read that, no.
I suggest that you do. I think it will give you some great insight. He came before this committee, and we had a great conversation. He said 3 years.
When did he write? When did he say that?
April of this year.
April this year. Okay.
So this makes it more critical than ever for Congress to have a transparent, accurate, and accountable Congressional Budget Office. Yet recent projections have fallen short. In 2023, the CBO underestimated the deficit by more than $1 trillion. Further, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act gave the IRS nearly $80 billion in new funding, which the CBO estimated would yield $7.1 billion in additional revenue by 2024. Well, 2024 has come and gone. The Treasury reported only $1.3 billion, just 18% of the CBO's estimate. CBO also significantly underestimated inflation, initially projecting 2.5% for 2022 before later revising it to 6.1%. That is a 150% error rate by the CBO. One important way to strengthen the CBO's accuracy and accountability is to ensure outside organizations can replicate its results and modeling. I recognize that CBO has taken meaningful steps toward greater transparency. So Dr. Swagel, are there any legal barriers, or any other barriers for that matter, that prevent the CBO from releasing its models and underlying data?
For some, there are. Some of our models use confidential data. Our healthcare analysis has some confidential data. Our tax revenue analysis uses confidential data. For others, there's not. The tariff model, and I know I know we're going to talk about tariffs at some point today or some other time. Our tariff modeling is all open source, and we're going to put that up on our website in the future. So it's a mix.
Okay. So will CBO then commit to maintaining and improving transparency so that independent experts can replicate your analysis? Because if independent experts cannot replicate what you're doing, all right, then there's no audit of CBO.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And I'll tell you one other place it's come up. So I agree with you. As an example, our modeling of the impact of changes in taxes on investment. So in the 2017 Tax Act, TCJA, and then this one, we have been having discussion with our outside economic advisors and others on the impact of those tax changes on investment in the economy. And we will put out computer code so that everyone can see what we're doing. And that was suggested by advisors, and it's a great idea. And so that is the kind of commitment that we're going to.
Okay, because I want to believe the CBO's analysis. Okay, I really do. But when you guys are so far off on these really important things like the deficit, okay, and like inflation, then it makes it more difficult. In addition to serving on the Budget Committee, I also sit on the House Appropriations Committee, which drafts Congress's discretionary spending bills each fiscal year. Under Section 402 of the Budget Act, bills reported by the Appropriations Committees are exempt from mandatory CBO cost estimates. As a result, appropriations bills oftentimes rely on budget gimmicks, such as emergency designations, rescissions, fee offsets, that obscure the true programmatic levels versus the actual spending that will occur. This makes it harder for members of Congress to make informed decisions when key information is unclear. So, Dr. Swagel, what type of analysis on appropriations bills does the CBO already produce?
So we produce a lot of information that goes to the appropriators.
Right.
We've been increasing the analysis that we put out on our website. And I'm sorry, I don't have at the tip of my finger, tip of my tongue, what the change from what we used to do to what we do now. So I will have to come back to you. And Mr. Grothman, who's here earlier, and I have talked about it in the past, but I'm sorry, it's escaping me right now. So
Okay,
I'll come back to you.
one last quick question. 2017, your predecessor, former CBO Director Keith Hall, testified before this committee that CBO was developing a plan to provide account-level analysis of appropriations bills to all members of Congress and the public. So what is the status of that plan, and is it being implemented?
Quick answer, please.
With what?
Quick answer.
Quick answer. Can I just say, I'll come back to you because I want to make sure I get it right. It's something that since Keith was director, we've been working on and talking to the appropriators. And again, it's Mr. Grothman is focused on as well. So if it's okay, I'll come back to you and make sure I have the exact.
Okay, thank you, because as an appropriator, that's very important to me.
And to me as well, I share that concern.
Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
to the gentleman from Georgia, and we now yield 5 minutes to Ms. Judy Chu from California.
Director Swagel, thank you for joining us here today. I also want to extend my appreciation to you and your office for providing the reports and analysis that helped us to understand the impacts of H.R. 1, which we on this side of the dais call the big ugly law. Based on these findings, I'd like to ask you a few brief questions that require only one-word answers. Does H.R. 1 increase or decrease the deficit?
It increases it.
Will H.R. 1 increase or decrease the number of veterans on food assistance?
It will increase, it'll decrease the number of people receiving SNAP benefits. I don't know specifically veterans, but overall, it will decrease the number of people receiving food assistance.
Yes. Does H.R. 1 increase or decrease the number of Americans with health insurance?
The 25 Reconciliation Act will reduce the number of people who are covered by health insurance.
Thank you, Director Swagel. These answers represent the real pain that this law inflicts upon millions of working families and individuals because of the cruel and reckless actions of the Republicans and the Trump administration. And I hear about this every day, multiple times from my constituents in the Los Angeles area. Constance and her son, Ben. Ben is 7 years old and is described by his mom as kind-hearted. He also has autism and is nonverbal. Because of Republicans' gargantuan cuts to Medicaid in their big ugly law, the services Constance relies on to ensure that Ben gets the care that he needs are threatened. Sadly, Constance and Ben's story is not unique. They are just one of millions of families who will see their lifelines ripped away for no other reason but to hand over trillions in tax cuts to the wealthiest and to please the president. Now, let me say,
Mr. Speaker,
just over
shortly
4 months
on the
since
floor,
President Trump signed the big
Republicans are
ugly
about
bill
to finally
into law,
bring up the mass
working
account
class
bill to
families
release the
across our
Epstein
country
files.
are already
We had to
feeling the pain
drag
and are
this
bracing
leadership
for even
right
more.
here, kicking and
Despite their
screaming.
supermajority,
And I appreciate their
Republicans
sudden and
created the longest
stunning
government
change of heart on
shutdown
this
in
issue.
American
But I want to
history,
state for the
forcing
record
millions to
that
go without pay
the Republican
and suffer
leadership
the
has tried to block
consequences of
this
their
day for
inaction.
months and
And
months
that's
and
all
months.
because
And I
Republicans
also want to
refuse
state
to
for the
work with
record that Donald
Democrats
Trump
to
could release
extend
these
the
files
ACA
on his
premium
own
tax credits,
today,
leaving
right now, right this very
24
second.
million Americans
He doesn't
reeling
need to
from
wait for
sky-high
Congress to pass the
premium
bill.
costs.
He
Because
could
apparently
release the files
taking
himself,
15 million
but he
people
won't.
off of health coverage
That is why
wasn't
we are
enough.
here, because he refuses
And
to
Republicans
act.
on this committee are
Meanwhile, the
also
Republican
neglecting
majority has
a
blocked
very important
transparency at
responsibility
every turn.
at the core
They
of the very
stonewalled the
topic
committee.
we are supposed
The
to be
gentlelady
discussing
from North
today.
Carolina and every Republican on the Rules
Oversight.
Committee voted
Republicans
9
failed to
times
invite
to
you,
block
Director
my
Swagel, to
amendment
this
to
committee
release the Epstein
at any
files.
point
9
during
times.
the reconciliation process, even though this bill had such drastically negative consequences for so many people's health care. Nor did they invite OMB Director Volt. Nowhere to be found. So it's obvious that Republicans did not want to hear the truth about their own law and what harm it would create to millions of families, children, seniors, and veterans. In fact, they've continued to undermine not just the finding that CBO has produced about the law, but the integrity of the office itself. President Trump called the CBO office Democrat-controlled. The White House press secretary called it partisan and political. So, Director Swagel, how would you respond to the accusation that your nonpartisan agency is acting in a partisan manner?
CBO is a nonpartisan agency. We work for both sides, both chambers, and it's really the core of the agency not to provide policy recommendations, not to say do this or do that, this is the right thing or wrong thing, to provide you analysis and not opinion.
And what is the proof of that? What would you say?
I think in some sense the proof is our work on the reconciliation bill, that both sides got what they needed when they needed it. For the majority, right, my testimony goes through that in some sense our analysis had, made it so committees could hit their marks and get the bill through. For the minority, we provided the analysis that Mr. Boyle is not here, and the leader Jeffrey's staff and others, we understood from them very clearly at the beginning of the process what analysis they wanted and what was important on distribution and other things, on insurance, and we made sure we had that analysis ready when they needed it.
Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady from California, and I now recognize my good friend, Mr. Stutzman from Indiana, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And since since Chairman Arrington's not here, I do want to say for the record, though, that how much I appreciate him. He's going to be one of the strongest budget chairs in the past several decades, and he can go out high. I was also going to mention too that I would take a more humble approach than our colleague from North Carolina about barbecue. Football is becoming a pretty big deal in Indiana, but I would never say it's any better or equal to Texas football. So, but I was hoping to score some points with him, but I'll let him know later. But thank you, Mr. Swagel, for being here. I do want to ask just a clarifying answer from you, if you could. Can you clarify the year the coverage impacts would have, you mentioned earlier?
Be at the end of the budget window, and our analysis was from 2025 to 2034. The change in, say, so that's on the 2025 reconciliation side. The expiration of the premium tax credits would have it's 2 million next year in our analysis, and then it goes up to the full 4 million over the next year or two.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I want to follow up a little bit on Mr. Clyde's questions regarding transparency. I mean, because it really is important for not only this committee, but for members of Congress, but for the public. I know that there's been criticism of the lack of transparency when it comes to your economic models. These models contain many assumptions like economic behavior that drastically impact your estimates, and yet those models can't be scrutinized by outside groups and members of the public without you being committed to full transparency. And in an effort to improve your transparency in 2023, CBO announced the launch of a new GitHub page to host some of the models. However, to date, only 6 models have been published on this website. Is that still accurate? And what has prevented the CBO from releasing additional models?
Okay, no, that's right. So we have 6 models. I think you'll find most other groups have 0. So we have infinitely more than anyone else. We have the capital tax model. So that's the key one we use to evaluate the change in investment with the change in taxes, health insurance premiums. That model's there. Others. I mentioned we're going to put up our tariff model, and that anyone can use. We have a project within CBO to do much more on that page. And there, I look, the committee has been instrumental in that. And so, so I'm grateful to the committee for making it clear that that's important, and we'll do more. This year, we are just so busy with reconciliation. It was hard to move forward, but that's why the project is happening now.
But I mean, you really are the standard, though, for us. I mean, we have to, you are the Congressional Budget Office, and so it's important for those models to be available. And I appreciate your answer. Do you know, will there be other models? I mean, you mentioned the tariffs model, but policy model, data preparation code, documentation, do you see that there'll be more
There
soon?
will be. And I can come back to you. We have, within the agency, we have an all-agency effort to identify models on all areas of our work. And we're looking at, well, what can we do in the near term, in the next few months? And then what would be a longer-term project and what's involved? And there'll be some trade-offs if there's reconciliation again, it'll make it tougher, but we're going to keep working on it.
Now, last time we had met, you had mentioned that you were hiring more staff. Is that correct?
Our budget request envisioned going, we have about 270 now. I think I could use up to 285. The ledge branch appropriation, just came back and provided us some, extra money for cybersecurity issues. The base budget is 72 million. That would keep us at the current staff.
Okay. So when you update your models, what kind of internal processes do you use to guide you as you update models?
Okay. It's a mix of some things are regular. Our modeling on tax revenues, that's a regular update. Our macro models are also regular, but those we will consult with outside groups. Our advisors panel is one of them. We're doing a bunch of work on energy permitting. What's the effect of changes in permitting? How does that flow through to to energy production, transmission? And there's a bunch of other groups, think tanks, that are working on this, and we're interacting with them and consulting with them.
All right. Thanks for being here, and I always appreciate our conversations. I just know how important it is that CBO's numbers are as accurate as possible. I mean, we really depend on those. While we appreciate those on the outside, we work closely with you. So thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stutzman. And I now recognize from my colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I get started, I certainly want to add my voice of the chorus in celebrating the committee's chairman for being such a great member, a great leader. You've been such a gentleman to me in the short time that I've been on the Budget Committee, and I wish the people of Texas's 19th Congressional District well, but they've been very well served. And thank you to our witness for being here. I know today my Republican colleagues have spoken about the importance of transparency, but I'm a little confused because if my colleagues care so much about transparency, where is Director Vogt? I know he's known by a lot of names, so it might be hard to track him down. The Grim Reaper, the chainsaw of bureaucracy, the shadow president. But, I think we should be able to find him. And it's also the case that we don't have the nonpartisan leaders of the Government Accountability Office testify. So perhaps my Republican colleagues, don't want the American people to hear about OMB Director Vogt's crusade against Congress's power of the purse and the rule of law. Perhaps my Republican colleagues, may talk the talk about transparency, but don't, care that much about it. They have an opportunity to let people know why the big ugly law is going to kick 15 million Americans off their health insurance and force Rhode Islanders, my constituents, to choose between buying groceries and getting their annual checkup. My colleagues are hiding how Trump's chaotic tariffs are costing the average American $1,700 a year, equal to an extra month of rent. My constituents have already seen Trump's inflation take $580 from them this year. Now, this seems to me a plan to conceal the reverse Robin Hood scheme that we argued about in this very room when we fought very hard against the reconciliation package. But my Republican friends aren't jacking up prices for everybody. They're tipping the scale in favor of billionaires and big corporations. And if they move quick, like they did this year, maybe the American people won't notice. But I know back home, Rhode Islanders will not fall for that. Yesterday, I met with a constituent of mine, Marlene, a soon-to-be retired public school teacher and breast cancer survivor from Barrington, Rhode Island. She told me that her health insurance premiums will skyrocket by an extra $600 a month thanks to Republicans' refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, yet another attack in the long war and crusade against the Affordable Care Act. And so, don't forget, my colleagues didn't just refuse to extend these tax credits, they shut down the government over it. So Marlene might be able to scrimp and scrounge, and she might be able to cut back to the bone just to possibly keep her health insurance. The fact of the matter is, it does not have to be this way. So, Director Swagel, could you just tell me how many people will lose their health insurance coverage next year if the Republicans continue refusing to extend the ACA enhanced premium tax credits?
So our projections are that over time, it will be about 4 million people will become uninsured as with the expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits. It'll start a little bit lower than that and then build up to 4 million.
And the director, we know that my constituent Marlene will see her premiums skyrocket. Would other families see their out-of-pocket premium costs increase significantly because of the inaction?
That's right. The expiration of the enhanced premium tax credits will lead to higher out-of-pocket costs for people with that insurance coverage. It'll depend on families' income and their age and things like that. Some will have very large increases in out-of-pocket costs, and some will have more moderate ones.
Well, look, I don't know how you come to any other conclusion but this. These actions that I can describe as nothing else but dastardly are making people poor, making people sicker. Poorer and sicker. There's no other translation back home. And so, your objective analysis has shown that, but we're seeing it, we're hearing it from our constituents, and the time to act is now. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Rhode Island, and I now recognize my good friend and fellow colleague from the great state of Georgia, who I spent a little time with this weekend. Mr. Carter, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I begin, I want to echo what I'm sure has been the common theme throughout this hearing anyway, and that is my thanks to Chairman Arrington for the outstanding job he has done as budget chair. And I commend you for your dedicated service and to this committee and to this Congress, and wish you well in the future.
I want to thank the senator from Georgia.
Oh, thank you. I hope. Thank you. Mr. Swagel, as a pharmacist serving in Congress, healthcare issues are very important to me, as you well know. And I understand how CBO's cost estimates have a big impact on the legislative process, especially for healthcare. Often they determine whether or not a healthcare bill can move forward or through the committee process. That's why it's imperative for CBO to rely on the best available data to inform your work on healthcare legislation. Over 20 years ago, CBO informally established the Panel of Health Advisors, though there is no statutory authority for this panel. Currently, members of the Panel of Health Advisors are appointed solely at the discretion of the CBO director without any requirement to seek nominations or feedback from the Budget Committee or any other congressional offices. Myself, along with other members of this committee, are concerned that the panel is crippled and with political bias and fails to accurately represent a range of stakeholders with expertise across the healthcare sector. Director, how does CBO currently implement the suggestions and advice of the Panel of Health Advisors?
No, thank you, and thanks for your input on the Panel of Health Advisors. I'll answer the question directly and then tell you one more thing about the composition. It depends on the issue. For some things, we're going to the health advisors with kind of longer term questions. We're thinking about multi-cancer early detection, and we had a session with the advisors on the changes in the technology and what it might mean for early detection and costs like that. It's really interesting. We had a session on AI and healthcare, the same thing. We're just trying to learn something. Other issues, what's happening in Medicaid, we'll go to them and say, here's what we think our analysis is, stress test it for us. Is it right or is it wrong? So that's the kind of interaction. So it depends on the exact issue. Actually, I'm sorry, can I just say one last thing quickly, which is this year we overhauled the panel in part in response to your suggestions to us. And we went to the committee and asked for input. And several of the panel members were people who were suggested to us from the committee. And I mean, it worked actually fantastic. So I wish I'd done it sooner, but we're there.
Well, it just seems like the panel has become crippled with political bias. I mean, if you look at the FEC's filings, over 80% of the current panelists who made political contributions over the past 5 years donated slowly to liberal candidates and left-leaning organizations. And of course, that's not what we want. We want it to be fair and balanced. We want it to be bipartisan and nonpartisan as much as it can be. But according to these FEC's filings, it is not that. So that's why, would you answer this? Would you support efforts to depoliticize and balance the panel with the equal representation of diverse viewpoints?
So on the political bias, it was one of the factors behind our overhaul this year, was exactly what you said. The it wasn't intentional, but that weighting of political contributions, and we are appointing people because of their expertise
Right.
and not these other things. My concern with the proposals to have the members appointed is that I can imagine appointees who are not, this is basically not, they're there as advocates and not as experts, and it's just, and that would basically diminish the value of the panel. So that's my concern with the shifting of the appointment over to.
Okay, so you're familiar with the Health Panel Act that I've introduced,
I am, sir, yes.
and it seeks to do just that, depoliticize the committee and have a equal representation. And we really do feel like the CBO would be better served, and it would result more in accuracy of CBO scores on bills that are related to healthcare. How would the passage of the Health Panel Act improve CBO's modeling capabilities? Do you believe it would, or do you think that, as you stated, that it would become just advocates?
Yeah, it's, first of all, we reach out broadly. So it's not just the people on the panel. I mean, they meet once a year. It could turn out great, right? The people who are suggested to us that we appointed from the committee this year have been fantastic. And that's, a tribute to the committee. One can imagine other circumstances where it's advocates who are, in some sense, not helpful. So that's my concern.
Okay, well, we're going to continue to push forward on this legislation, as you can well imagine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman and now yield 5 minutes to the gentlelady from the Hoosier State, Ms. Erin Houchin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I echo the concern or the remarks of my colleagues and appreciation for your tremendous leadership of this committee. It's been an honor to serve under you here. Thank you, and go Hoosiers. Thank you, Dr. Swagel, for appearing before the committee today. As we mark the CBO's 50th year, it is important to remember that Congress created the CBO to provide objective, nonpartisan, and reliable fiscal analysis. That mission is essential to the work of this committee and to every member who relies on the CBO's estimates to judge the real-world impact of legislation. In recent years, CBO's work has often been inaccurate, particularly in the last 6 to 7 years, slow to meet Congress's needs, and CBO's inaccuracies can impact not only how Congress writes laws, how agencies spend money, but also the public perception of the laws that we pass. And it can result in a lack of clarity for the fiscal health of our government. So I'm certainly grateful for the opportunity to explore options to change this reality, and I appreciate the work that you've done so far. But just to highlight a couple of examples, in 2010, CBO underestimated Medicaid projections by more than 6.5 million people, an error rate of more than 130%. CBO tends to overestimate revenues, underestimate cost, miscalculate growth. Under the Inflation Reduction Act, CBO claimed it would reduce the deficit by $58.1 billion, when in reality, CBO had to go back and increase their projections by $428 billion.
That was the Joint Committee on Taxation. That was not CBO.
Okay. In 2024, CBO underestimated revenue by $72 billion, underestimated spending by $378 billion, underestimated the deficit by $306 billion. 2023, overestimated revenue by $477 billion, underestimated spending by $564 billion, underestimated the deficit by $1.041 trillion. And those are just a couple of examples. So I guess my question is, given the inaccuracies that have resulted, dramatic inaccuracies, these are not pennies that we're talking about. This is, in certain cases, $1 trillion of an inaccurate estimate. Can you understand why members of Congress might be skeptical of the CBO's scoring and seek independent reporting as a counterbalance to the misinformation or the inaccurate information that tends to come from CBO?
Oh, thank you. It's a challenge. I understand the concern. It's in some sense this today is highlighting one of the challenges I face. The green tax credits was mentioned a couple times, and that by statute that work is done by the Joint Committee on Taxation. By statute, that's them. The $1 trillion you mentioned. Let me start with where CBO was off. And this is something that I've talked about with the chairman before.
In my limited time, I just have about a minute and a half
Sure.
left. I really just want to get to the heart of, can you understand why members might have some concerns about CBO's scoring and want to seek some independent analysis outside of that?
No, absolutely. And this is where we started, that I understand the concern. And one of the challenges I face is to pinpoint, the things like the green energy credits, where in some sense, I'm looking at the people at the back of the room, they're giving you misinformation, and so that versus the things like interest rates where we were off, and that's a real thing. So,
do you acknowledge that the CBO has had inaccuracies especially in the last? I've got more examples here if I could state them, but do you acknowledge that there have been inaccuracies?
We are all human. I'll give you one example that you mentioned. Our estimate of revenue after the 2017 Act, 2018 and 2019, our accuracy was 99.6
So-
and 9.8%. And then in 2022, after the pandemic, we were much worse. So the answer is clearly yes.
Okay.
And the issue is why. And that's that.
And that brings me to my final point in the time that I have remaining. CBO has never undergone an independent audit in its 50-year history. Would you support an external review of your models, assumption, and forecasting to help improve the accuracy of the CBO?
Okay. Of course, we have an annual financial audit looking at our.
Do you support an independent audit of the CBO?
It's something the chairman and I are talking about, that I support scrutiny and transparency. And so the details will matter.
Is that a yes to an independent audit or a no?
I've been talking to the chairman, and I support the way he is going about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think the gentlelady, and I think we've now exhausted all official committee members. We have a very patient colleague from the great state of Texas, Mr. Keith Self, who has great interest in this, as you know, and as I've mentioned, members of Congress are your customers. And I think everyone has a stake in making sure that these outcomes like transparency and timeliness are achieved at the highest levels of excellence. And I appreciate him waiting all this time, but it just shows you how committed he is to getting this process right. And with that, I yield 5 minutes to my colleague and friend from Texas, Mr. Keith Self.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everyone giving you kudos, but I have a vested interest in your decision, and if I could veto it, I would. But I cannot. As you heard, Director, I am not a member of this committee. I'm here because of our $38 trillion in debt, and I just heard a staggering figure of $60 trillion from you over time. Look, we need to get a handle on this, and we cannot do it unless we get good estimates from you as to what the impacts of our policies. You were designed to be a nonpartisan resource. We have history of two major bills that I want to directly compare. So I want to look at the nonpartisan costing estimates. The scoring that CBO delivered to Congress showed that the ACA Obamacare bill was projected to result in a $613 billion reduction in deficits. We certainly didn't save, and it's cost upwards of $1.5 trillion over the time. We heard of lower premiums and reducing the debt. Obviously, that was optimistic scoring. Now we go to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017. You estimated a $1.4 trillion increase in deficits. You showed a decrease in revenues in your estimate. But as you just said to the gentlelady, we'll just take 2 years, we saw record revenues up 4% in 2018 and 2019. So I think you underestimated the growth. Now, it seems to me like you, CBO, are optimistic when you like the bill, and you're pessimistic when you don't like the bill. Look, federal revenues have been consistently 17% of GDP for the last 40 years. Tax cuts, tax increases, tax cuts, tax increases, 17% over the last 40 years. It's been remarkably consistent. So with your projections of the TCJA, we should have had a recession. It didn't happen until COVID dropped. Let's all recognize that. So my question to you is, these are two major bills that we now have history with. We have years of history with that show that CBO was remarkably optimistic about one bill, remarkably pessimistic about the other bill. How do we rely on your estimates? Because we have to understand the impacts of the policies, the laws that we are making on Americans. How do we trust CBO?
Okay, no, very good. I'll be very straightforward here. Our analysis of TCJA was remarkably accurate. So whoever gave you the information to the contrary has misled you. And if you'll allow me, I'll explain why. So
I have the charts, by the way, for both of them. CBO, these are your estimates that were given to Congress.
Okay. So I'll give you a presentation that I did recently on this. In 2018 and 2019.
No, Director, I want you to address your initial estimates, why
that's what I'm doing.
Over history, they were wrong.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. So in 2018, and I know it's 90 seconds here. I'm happy to stay as long as you want and tell you afterwards, because I'm telling you on TCJA, the truth is the opposite of what you're saying. So I know it's not intentional. It's not intentional.
Shall I go to the chart? Impact on deficit. 2018 to 2027. This is from CBO.gov system files 115th Congress.
Absolutely. And so that's what I will explain.
$1,436 billion.
If you are willing to sit and go through it, I will sit for as long as you want. I'm telling you what the information you've been given is completely misleading, and I'm happy to explain it to you. So in 2018 and 2019, CBO was over optimistic on growth, likely because the tariffs put in place in the middle of 2018 pushed some of the growth from 2018 into 2019. So growth eventually got there to catch up to our projections. We were over optimistic on growth. On revenues, we were very slightly over optimistic on growth. Again, the opposite of the information you've been given, but our accuracy was like 99.8%. The 2020, of course, is the pandemic. So that, no one expects that. 2021, we had very high inflation and then a surge of immigration. We had extraordinary policy from the Federal Reserve. All those things fed into revenues. And that's why revenues were off. After the pandemic, the signals were mixed. 2018 and 2019, when we had a clear view, CBO's estimates of the effects of TCJA were remarkably accurate. And if anything, we were overly optimistic. And I can go through it more, but that's the short version.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to be on this committee floor. Thank you.
You bet. And it was an honor to have you. With that, let me make just a few quick closing comments. One is another fellow Texan who sat patiently but had to go to another hearing, Mr. Michael Cloud, wanted to send his thanks and appreciation to you and your team for your responsiveness. Very committed, conservative fiscal hawk in our conference. He doesn't dole out praise like that very often, and so I've got his note right here. But he also said, keep up the work, and implored our committee, not just you all, but our committee, to work with the Senate to pass what we passed out of committee, which was the Cost Estimates Improvement Act, whereby we would incorporate, you all would incorporate interest, not just at our request, but in normal course of business, incorporate the debt service cost as part of the overall cost. When we have $2 trillion in annual deficits and 50 cents or greater on the dollar for every dollar we borrow is interest, it behooves us in full transparency for the American people and our fellow members of Congress to know the complete cost of their great ideas. And I'm totally committed to that, and that's the way we ought to do it. I know you give that to us when we request it. That ought to be normal course. Look, I'm not going to get into any of the sidebar discussions on policy with respect to healthcare and tariffs, out of respect for my ranking member who's not here to defend himself, nor are any of my Democrat colleagues. What I want to say is I want to end where I began, with you and with your team. You had a lot of work this last several months with our reconciliation bill. You had a lot coming at you from a lot of different directions, and I would say was very impressive and even remarkable at how adept you were at fielding them and responding. I can just speak as the chairman of this committee. You were always open to hear counterpoints to some of your preliminary scores, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so great work. Keep it up. With the thoughtful and serious posture that I think is demonstrated in this committee now, I'm not sure it's always been that way. I'm very proud that this committee operates the way it does. I'm also very proud that as a result of that, we have passed 14 bipartisan budget reform bills, 2 of which have become law. That hasn't happened in not just 10 years, but 50 years. And that's a tribute to the Keith Selfs, the Aaron Houchins, and the others that were in this room. But and even with the improvements that I heard and I affirmed at the beginning of our hearing that I'd heard from other CBO directors with respect to making your models more readily available to scrutiny, there is one big gaping hole, and it's what Ms. Houchin commented on. And we don't need equivocation on it. We don't have to be afraid of it. I mean, I was advised by my staff, don't be telling the world that you'd let the Democrats pick the independent auditor. Well, I would, because any expert with any honest and objective motive can go in and do the analysis on the methods, the models, the processes, the systems, and give us what we could never have or acquire on our own. And what you could never give, and it's not a disrespect to anybody, it's 50 years without that unbiased, unvarnished, independent assessment. And as I said at the beginning, the price of greatness is accountability. And I don't believe that we'll ever be great at doing this job without it. And I know you're committed to greatness. I know your team's committed to excellence. And I've heard a lot of criticism from both sides. And sometimes I wonder myself which ones are warranted and which ones are unjustified. And I know there is a healthy dose of both. But the best defense for you and your integrity, and the best defense for the credibility and professionalism of your team, is to not have you say it or a Democrat politician or Republican politician say it. Have an independent auditor say it. And then let's all embrace those areas where we can improve. And we will be all the better. Congress will be all the better equipped and informed to govern the greatest country in human history. That's what we should all strive for. We shouldn't be afraid of it at all. I'm not. Just let them pick. I want you to embrace it, Phil. I really do. This is going to be good for everybody. It's a win-win-win. And I'll spare you the response to that. But I couldn't be more full of conviction that this is the path for this committee. It's better if you can do this with me so we can frame it right, because I won't get it right without your help. And I want it to be well received from both sides of the aisle. So I want to work with my Democrat colleagues. But be clear, if you all don't work with me and I can't get my colleagues to work with me on the Democrat side, I will go it alone. And I will be a West Texas Bulldog, and it won't be fun to deal with me until we get it accomplished. And I've talked to the speaker and I've talked to others, and they're committed to helping me. I just think it's better if we do it together. And those aren't threats. It's just my conviction on the matter. Okay. With that, thank you for coming. Thanks for your time. Thanks for your insights and your response to the questions, the many questions, and to your team. Hardy West Texas, thank you for that great work over the last several months. Big lift there, and you guys did it well. We have Kurt Couchman. I'm submitting two things for the record. My friend Kurt with Americans for Prosperity and Demaine Brady from the National Taxpayer Union Foundation had documents to submit, so without objection, so ordered. Please be advised that members may submit written questions to be answered later in writing. These questions and your answers will be made part of the formal hearing record. Any members who wish to submit questions or any extraneous material for the record may do so within 7 days. With that, we are adjourned.
But it was blocked by the Democrat minority leader. I ask for support for this rule, the underlying legislation. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the rule, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the resolution.
The gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 4405.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 4405, a bill to require the Attorney General to release all documents and records in possession of the Department of Justice relating to Jeffrey Epstein and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Jordan, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 4405.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
We all support holding bad guys accountable, and we're all going to vote for this resolution. But I think a little perspective is important. Democrats have spent 6 months talking about Epstein, even though they had 4 years to do something about it. Now, why would they do that? Why would they do that? Maybe it's to go after President Trump. Never forget, they shut down the government for 43 days. They said, don't worry about our military. Don't worry about air traffic controllers. Don't worry about our economy. Don't worry about American families. No, no, no. Close the government for a month and a half because it might hurt the president. For the past decade, there's been one constant for Democrats. One constant. Go after Trump. They spied on his campaign. Then it was Mueller. Then it was impeachment 1. Then it was impeachment 2. Then it was all the lawfare. Alvin Bragg, Fonnie Willis, Letitia James. Then it was Arctic Frost investigation at the Justice Department, surveilling United States senators and congressmen and a whole host of other Americans. Then it was Jack Smith and his gag orders and his raiding President Trump's home. Then it was a 43-day shutdown, and now it's Epstein. And by the way, the same party that did all that, they were also the ones who were texting with Mr. Epstein during a hearing where Michael Cohen was their witness in another effort to go after the president. Americans see through it all, and frankly, it's actually kind of sad. This obsession, this syndrome, this mindset that says we got to go after President Trump no matter what that they have. And when I think about it, I think it's because President Trump and Republicans have accomplished so much that they told the voters they were going to accomplish in the 2024 election. We're actually doing what we said we were going to do. President Trump said he was going to cut taxes, and he did. President Trump said he would secure the border, and he did. President Trump said he'd get men out of women's sports, and he did. President Trump said he would make sure Iran doesn't have nuclear capability, and he did. And he said he would get the hostages out of Gaza back into Israel, and he did. All in 9 months. So I don't know what causes this mindset, this syndrome that the left has, but I know one thing. It is real. Which brings me to last week. Think about what the Democrats did last week. The Democrats released an email that the Oversight Committee had obtained from the estate. An email from Mr. Epstein to Ms. Maxwell. When the Democrats released it, they redacted the victim's name. Something we all support. Something everyone supports. Except in this case, no court had ordered that name redacted. No agency had redacted it. And the estate didn't redact it. And the victim had already went public. So why black out her name? Why black out her name? Because she had said in her book and had testified under oath that she never saw any wrongdoing by President Trump. So think about what they did. In an email between two criminals, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, in an email between two criminals, they hide the name of an individual who had went public and exonerated the president. And we know why. To distort and twist the message because they thought it might harm the president. Their position Cover up the names of people who are already public, but don't worry about other innocent people who the court said should remain private. Again, I think the American people see through it. They see through what the Democrats are doing. The American people know what this is. They know Democrats have nothing else to run on because of the success of this administration. So I say let's vote yes on this resolution, and then let's get focused on making sure we're doing what the American families elected us to do. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, 4 months and 3 days after Mr. Khanna and Mr. Massey introduced their discharge petition, perhaps the most famous discharge petition in American history, the People's House unites across party lines to draw a moral line. We draw a line against the rape and sexual violation of children. We draw a line against the global criminal trafficking of girls and young women to service the pleasure of rich and powerful men who believe they are beyond all law and all morality. We draw a line to put the voices of the victims and the survivors first. We ask the Senate to join us without changes rather than obstruct this bill with dilatory amendments, legislative graffiti, and self-dealing million-dollar jackpot provisions for lucky senators. Just pass the bill. We're finally voting today because a bipartisan discharge petition led by Representatives Massey and Khanna and signed by 218 of us overthrew the determined obstruction of the Speaker. This forced vote means the House will no longer acquiesce in this astonishing real-time cover-up of a multi-billion-dollar global sex trafficking and child rape ring that has ravaged the lives of more than 1,000 girls and young women. We're here today because these victims, these survivors, these citizens, these inspiring women who have come to Washington are demanding nothing less than justice and the complete truth about who is responsible for their vicious abuse, including those responsible for enabling it, ignoring it, bankrolling it, and covering it up. We join them today in rejecting any more dangerous lies about the crimes they suffered. No, child sex abuse is not a hoax. It's a crime. Human trafficking is not a hoax. It's a crime. These crimes are a curse on children and young people across America, in universities and elementary schools, in churches and mosques and synagogues, in Boy Scout troops and college sports teams and summer camps. Anywhere the powerful and the rich believe they've got the opportunity and the impunity to exploit the young, the poor, the powerless, and the vulnerable. We must face the truth and find the co-conspirators still at large in one of America's most extensive and sophisticated sex trafficking and child abuse rings in history. Release of the file will expose the role of everybody who facilitated and covered up these crimes, like J.P. Morgan Chase, Bank of America, Deutsche Bank, and Bank of New York Mellon, which executed billions of dollars in transactions related to these offenses, as well as any bank executives who participated in the sexual abuse of girls and young women. We must expose everyone who covered up these crimes, like Alex Acosta, the former U.S. attorney in Miami, Donald Trump's labor secretary, who gave Jeffrey Epstein an unbelievable sweetheart plea deal, immunized the unnamed conspirators, and killed an investigation into Epstein's financial crimes that could have brought down the entire criminal network. And with that, I'm going to yield. I'll reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to the distinguished chair of the House Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer, the gentleman from Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As chairman of the House Oversight Committee, I've always believed that sunshine is the best disinfectant. For years, the American people have demanded transparency about Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's horrific crimes and about the federal government's failure to protect the victims. The House Oversight Committee is conducting a thorough review of the federal government's investigation into Epstein. Our work goes far beyond the legislation before us today. We are committed to accountability, transparency, and justice for the American people and for the survivors of these appalling crimes. To date, the Oversight Committee has released more than 65,000 pages of documents, issued 13 subpoenas, and conducted interviews with 2 key witnesses, both of whom were Republicans. The Trump administration has provided us with Department of Justice materials and access to suspicious activity reports. Unfortunately, throughout this investigation, Democrats have chosen to manufacture yet another anti-Trump hoax instead of pursuing justice. They have mischaracterized witness testimony and selectively released documents complete with targeted redactions in an effort to smear President Trump. For example, former U.S. Attorney General Bill Barr, who oversaw the 2019 Epstein investigation, stated clearly under oath that the prosecution team found no evidence that President Trump committed wrongdoing. Despite this simple and straightforward fact, Ranking Member Robert Garcia, moments after that deposition, tiptoed out and publicly claimed that, quote, Barr could not clear Trump of wrongdoing. That was a lie, and we have the transcript to prove it. I invite the media to read the transcript. When the Oversight Committee interviewed former U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Alex Acosta, Democrats whipped themselves into a frenzy trying to manufacture a gotcha moment, but they failed. Mr. Acosta dismantled the Democrats' narrative. His testimony confirmed there was no contact between President Trump and Mr. Acosta and no connection between President Trump in the Epstein case. Next, Democrats resorted to selective leaks and doctored documents to mislead the American people. Oversight Committee Republicans have posted 65,000 pages of documents we have received to date. Democrats, by contrast, have released fewer than 12. In their latest selective leak, Democrats released just three of the 23,000 pages of documents from the Epstein estate. And they made redactions to 2 of those emails that changed both the context and the meaning of the 3 pages they released. When CNN called them out for their deceptive redactions, Representatives Stansbury and Crockett tried to blame Republicans for their own edits, for the Democrat Oversight Committee edits. After Democrats released only 3 emails, Republicans released over 23,000 pages. And what did Democrats say in response? When we released every single document that we got, they claimed full transparency was meant to, quote, disorient or distract from their manufactured narrative. These are the same Democrats who chant, release the files every day until the files contradict the story they want to tell. That is the definition of hypocrisy. In contrast, full transparency exposed how Epstein appears to be TDS patient zero. The evals reveal a journalist coached Epstein to blackmail then presidential candidate Donald Trump.
The gentleman's recognized.
The files also show that a House Democrat colluded with Epstein during the 2019 oversight hearing to discredit witness with a vendetta against President Trump. And unsurprisingly, Democrats have been silent about their colleagues' coordination with Epstein. Another email shows Democrat fundraisers invited Epstein to an event or to meet privately with Hakeem Jeffries as part of their 2013 effort to win a majority. So Hakeem Jeffries' campaign solicited money from Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we found in the last document batch. The files underscore why former President Trump must appear for his deposition. We've subpoenaed him. To date, the Democrats have done nothing to help us secure his appearance. I support full transparency. The Oversight Committee will continue to work to get the truth to the American people and to get justice for the victims. That's our goal of this investigation. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should just point out that we've heard now from the 2 distinguished chairmen of the Judiciary and the Oversight Committee and they've spoken almost exclusively to denounce Democrats. We have a bipartisan coalition here demanding the truth about the largest child sex abuse and trafficking ring, perhaps in American history, certainly in this century, and they want to just throw stones at the Democrats. What a remarkable failure of leadership we're seeing from the other side. And I imagine that the chairman of the Oversight Committee will follow up his spectacular failure in trying to impeach President Biden with his spectacular failure in trying to block the resolution we brought to the floor today. I'm happy to yield 1 minute. Excuse me, you're not recognized, whoever's speaking. And I'd like to yield 1 minute to the very distinguished minority leader on the House Oversight Committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, it's wonderful to hear Republicans and certainly the chairman of our committee finally wanting transparency on this issue. It is time to end this White House cover-up now. Now, we know that Donald Trump has tried everything to kill our Jeffrey Epstein investigation, and he's failed. And now he's panicking. He's about to lose his Epstein vote to force the Department of Justice to release the files. And let's be crystal clear. Trump has the power to release the files today. He does not even need a vote. And he continues to defy the subpoena of the Oversight Committee to release all the files. What is Donald Trump hiding? What is Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, hiding? Why won't they release the Epstein files right now? And he must explain to the public why he moved sex trafficker and monster Ghislaine Maxwell to a cushy, low-security prison after her interview with Trump's personal lawyer. He should declare, and every Republican should say, that she does not deserve a pardon or a commutation.
The gentleman's time has expired.
I grant 20 more seconds.
Gentleman's
We don't care
recognized.
how much money you have, what party you're in, how powerful you are. We should get justice for the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. And our work on the committee is not over. Next up are the bank and financial records to follow and expose Epstein's network. Today, there should be a unanimous vote on releasing the files, and we will get justice. And with that, I yield back.
And we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from California and member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Kiley.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have consistently called for the maximum possible level of transparency when it comes to the heinous crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. That's why I've consistently said I am inclined to vote for this bill, and it's why I will be doing so today. The victims deserve the truth. They deserve justice, and they deserve closure. For months, they've had to wake up every day and see the name of their tormentor on the front page of every newspaper, on every TV channel, as has the broader American public. This issue has been so politicized by so many people in so many ways, which is deeply unfortunate when we're talking about matters of the highest sensitivity and untold suffering. It is my hope that the passage of this resolution today, together with the work of the Oversight Committee, will lead to the expeditious release of all pertinent material so that we can move on. Let's get accountability, let's get answers, and let's get this over with. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The
We
gentleman
reserve.
reserves.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the very distinguished gentlelady from Washington, a member of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of girls, children, were abused by Jeffrey Epstein and his massive and powerful ring of pedophiles and protectors of pedophiles. We can't say all their names here, we don't have time, but let's at least bring a few of the courageous survivors and their names onto the House floor right here as we debate this. Haley Robson, Jenna Lisa Jones, Michelle Licata, Ashley Rubright, Annie Farmer, Marina Lacerda, Rachel Benavides. These women have carried a burden that they never should have had to bear. And today they demand, we demand, the American people demand that we answer their clarion call to justice. Today, despite all the giant cover-up attempts by this administration and this Speaker of the House, we will vote to release all the Epstein files. To be clear, there is no protection for pedophiles, no protection for the rich and powerful men of either party who participated, who turned a blind eye, who winked and grinned while witnessing the horrific abuses of young children. Release all the damn files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield a minute and a half to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and member of our committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been very supportive of this effort, specifically to bring justice to the victims of this horrific series of crimes. However, I have worked behind the scenes to raise concerns with this petition as it is currently drafted. Specifically, I believe that there is grave risk at harming innocent people. And I repeat, harming innocent people. When innocent people are harmed, that is not furthering justice. With an investigation of this size and a file that is as large as the Epstein files and as poorly defined as that is in this petition, there will invariably be people who are released pursuant to this discharge petition who had nothing to do with criminal activity. Imagine, if you will, a bellman, a waiter, some type of doorman, a mere social attendee who had no impact whatsoever on the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein, no participation. Their lives are forever ruined. And I'm reading specifically from the petition's language that prohibited grounds for withholding information in this file are embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. And I would just submit, if you were going to be embarrassed, if you were going to suffer social harm, and that is all of the encompassed activity that you were a part of, you will be named in this petition. And I resent that. Innocent people should not be harmed when we are pursuing justice. I understand the political nature of this petition. I resent the fact that there was not room for good faith amendments. And I urge the Senate to protect innocent people. I yield back.
He yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I'm yielding 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Representative Kamlager-Dove.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, 1 in 3 women and girls around the world are physically and sexually assaulted each year. Of the 152 women in this body, that means 51 women. It includes your daughters, your sisters, your nieces, your mothers. And with the Epstein files, we have a chance to change that. But real talk, the administration doesn't need a discharge petition. It has not complied with the subpoena, and it has the power to release the files today. Instead, the man in the most powerful position in the world has used the full weight of the government to block and obfuscate and deflect the full release of the files. It is the same person who intimidated female members of Congress to withdraw names from the petition, who responded quiet piggy to a female reporter who asked about the files, and who nominated an alleged sexual predator to be our AG. It is the same person whose name appears more than any other in the Epstein emails. And in the pantheon of violence, a sexual predator is the worst of the worst. So why protect him? It's also curious that the judiciary is managing this debate and has not even had this come before the committee. I wonder why. Release the files now.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, chairman of the Constitution Subcommittee.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Today, a united Republican Party and a bipartisan supermajority is going to pass a bill to increase transparency regarding the egregious abuses by Jeffrey Epstein, a goal that anyone of conscience desires. That is, in totality, an important statement to check the rich and the powerful. Remember how we got here. After decades, it was President Trump's Department of Justice that indicted Jeffrey Epstein in July of 2019. It was President Trump's DOJ that arrested and indicted Ms. Maxwell. It was the Republican-led Oversight Committee, through 13 subpoenas, that has released 65,000 pages of files in just 10 months. Meanwhile, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have largely ignored this issue. It was Democrats who redacted an email to mislead the American people about the truth of a witness that exonerated President Trump. It was a Democrat, Representative Placette, who literally texted with Jeffrey Epstein as we questioned Michael Cohen. It was Democrats who shut down the government, resulting in the delay of swearing in of members. As we vote to pass this legislation, and it will pass, it is impossible, however, to avoid problems with its politicization. One colleague has offensively gone so far as to say that to oppose this bill means you support pedophiles. Yet I know good public servants, former law enforcement, former prosecutors who never knew Epstein, never knew any visitors to his criminal enterprise, who have genuine concerns about supporting this bill out of fear of creating new victims or harming existing victims or both. That is what we've reduced Congress to, inserting itself into the prosecutorial process for political motivations, driven heavily by hatred of President Trump. We should be concerned about victim privacy, concerned about risking disclosure of non-credible allegations, of child sexual abuse materials, future investigations. But here's the deal. The leaders of this nation must expose abuses by the rich and the powerful. That is why President Trump and the House have been working for full transparency. But we should be motivated by truth and justice for all, not politics. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Representative Clark, the Minority Whip.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This should be an easy vote. This is about justice for the victims and survivors of Jeffrey Epstein. This is about every victim of trafficking and sexual abuse, monstrous crimes that thrive in secrecy and fear. Yet instead of shining a light on that darkness, just moments ago, Donald Trump defended the continued obstruction of releasing these files. Even as House Republicans prepare to vote yes today, Speaker Johnson is calling this a show vote. He's calling it dangerous. He is signaling the U.S. Senate to block it. Republicans continue to use their power to shield rich pedophiles from justice. If you can't stand up for these survivors, how can anyone trust you to stand up for them? I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back.
We yield.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman reserve?
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yes, just very quickly, what happened under the Biden administration? Well, under the Biden administration, Ghislaine Maxwell was prosecuted for conspiring to sexually abuse and traffic girls in 2020. Right when it's in 2021, she was convicted. In December of 2021, after a month-long trial in Judge Nathan's courtroom, in 2022, Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in prison under the Biden administration for sex trafficking and sexual abuse of minors. But when President Trump took office in January of 2025, they killed the investigation. They assembled all the materials, they got all the prosecutors together, and they terminated the investigation. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support to release the Epstein files. First, this issue is beyond party. It's a question of justice. Survivors have waited too long. Stop the delay. This is not a hoax. Release the files. Second, we must face a hard truth. Silence that shields the powerful is a betrayal of those they hurt. Congress must reject any attempt, including a presidential pardon or any form of clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell. This cannot be done. This would be a cover-up. We cannot allow clemency of any kind for Maxwell, not now, not ever. Survivors deserve justice. I urge a strong yes vote. Thank you.
Yields back.
I want to thank the gentleman for his eloquent remarks. Pardons are for people who are contrite. Pardons are for people who are repentant. Pardons are not for people who lie. Every member of this body should immediately, verbally, vocally denounce the idea of clemency, commutation, or pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, and we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Leisure Fernandez.
The gentlelady is recognized.
There were thousands of girls and young women abused, trafficked, and used by Epstein, the elite and the powerful who believed they could get away with it. Epstein told the young victims that he controlled the banks and the government. Those women refused to be silenced, and today they have pierced the dark with their light. Anytime any girl is trafficked, molested, or abused, the world must stand up. Today, The House proves Jeffrey Epstein wrong. The Senate must do the same tomorrow.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California. 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank you, Chairman. Mr. Speaker, a minute and a half or an hour, the words would still have to be the same. We've all said that this will pass the House, perhaps unanimously today. I think all of us who have looked at the details of this particular bill know that it is flawed and that before it goes to the president's desk, it has to be amended as it can be amended in the Senate. And we call on the Senate to amend it so that we protect the innocent, so that we have the provisions that were intended perhaps to be in this bill but are not properly written. With that, President Trump has said, get it to his desk, he will sign it. President Trump has said he will do it. But I'm going to say to all of us, it is also important that we remember that Epstein is dead, but people live on, people who were innocent, people who in fact should not be named. We're not talking about the rich and the powerful, we're talking about the very victims. That is what we need to make sure is amended before it goes to the president's desk. And with that, I thank the chairman for his time. I think no more needs to be said that this body will vote for it all, but let's not kid ourselves. It has to be changed so that it properly protects both the tradition of the grand jury and clearly those innocent people that would otherwise be swept up. And I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Reserve. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
This whole bill is about protecting the innocent. Mr. Speaker, the Senate must pass the bill as we are passing it today and as the president has said he would sign it after changing his position on the bill over the weekend when he could see the tidal wave of public opinion moving against him. Let's pass this bill, pass it in the Senate, sign the bill, and let us go ahead and release the complete file. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Arizona, Representative Ansari.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his rich and powerful friends who either abused or raped children or were enabling and complicit in these heinous crimes for decades. This vote today matters, but here is the truth. Donald Trump could direct the Department of Justice to release the files today. He is choosing not to. They are already under subpoena, led by oversight Democrats, and have refused. This is an ongoing cover-up by the Trump White House, and Mike Johnson and the House has been complicit. What is Trump hiding? Why not release the files today? This is a
time has expired.
Release the files today. Thank you.
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Today, I want to talk about hypocrisy. Let me be clear. I was from Jumpstart, a co-sponsor of this very bill. From the beginning, we should never protect pedophiles. But for months, my Democratic colleagues have done what they think is politically convenient through all the yelling, through all the tears, through all the sadness. They say releasing the Epstein list is of grave concern to them. If that was true, where were they during the 4 years of the Biden presidency? Why didn't they demand the release of these files from Jumpstart in year one? Mr. Speaker, why didn't they ask for them in year two? Or if that wasn't good enough, maybe in year three, they had control, or not even in his final year of office. Other than a single letter the ranking member wrote in 2019, a single letter, not one Democrat on the committee spoke out about Epstein or his victims of this very terrible tragedy, other than to say that he didn't like the plea deal. Let me say this. When they stand here today insisting how badly they want these files released, why didn't they do it? Yet they stayed silent for year after year after year after year under Joe Biden. It's impossible. Mr. Speaker, it is impossible to see that as genuine. What I see is a group more focused on scoring political points and drama than on protecting abused children. The record is clear. under Republicans, far more information has been released in the last 6 months than was done during all 4 years of the previous presidency under Joe Biden. We've actually been the party of transparency. We've released the information. We've told the truth. Unfortunately, and I'm sad to say it, they have been the party of hypocrisy. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
You know, I've never heard a more defensive presentation in my life than what we're hearing from over there. The gentleman should spend a little less time pointing out hypocrisy and a little more time trying to ferret out cruelty, humiliation, and rape. And that's what we're working on. I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Min.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I want to remind you that we are all here voting on this bill because President Trump, who has the power to release the Epstein files at any time, has refused to do so, calling this a hoax. We're here because Speaker Mike Johnson and President Trump have gone to extraordinary lengths to try to kill and delay the discharge petition, including refusing to seat Adelita Grijalva for over 40 days and threatening House Republicans who signed on. Now, several of my Republican colleagues have accused those of us House Democrats who support justice here of having Trump derangement syndrome. You all suffer from something much worse, which is pedophile protection syndrome. Stop protecting pedophiles, release the Epstein files. The victims deserve justice. I yield back.
We reserve.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair.
No kidding.
The
No.
gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting, yielding 30 seconds to my friend, Representative Walkinshaw from Virginia.
The gentleman is recognized.
For years, Mr. Speaker, we have watched dangerous conspiracies like Pizzagate and QAnon shape our political landscape. They help fuel the rise of President Trump and were built on baseless claims about secret pedophile rings, while the real documented case of child sex trafficking involving Jeffrey Epstein remains shrouded in secrecy because President Trump refuses to release the files. What is President Trump hiding? Why won't he release the files? The House finally has the opportunity to act, release the files, and let the American people see the truth. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Granting 30 seconds to the very distinguished gentlelady who is finally with us, Representative Adelita Grijalva from Arizona 7th.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the survivors, family members, and advocates who are here today and have never given up. The legislation in front of us, at its core, is about something very simple. The survivors deserve justice. The American people deserve the truth. To every survivor watching, your courage is inspiring. You are the reason why this vote is happening today. Protecting women and children from pedophiles should not be a Democratic issue, should not be a Republican issue. It should be a human rights issue and a matter of justice. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Epstein Files Transparency Act. I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, and we reserve.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. The gentleman from Maryland.
Yeah, but I'll just add they're here as honored guests of the House, and we're delighted they're here, and with that, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland.
I'm granting 30 seconds to Representative Lois Franco from Florida.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse were failed by a justice system that minimized their suffering and prosecutors who treated young girls as if they were criminals. That was wrong, and I am here with my colleagues to promise this. We will get to the bottom of why the Epstein survivors were treated so badly, who made those decisions, and who were they protecting. No more secrecy, no more excuses. We all deserve the truth, and I thank the survivors for their courage and perseverance. Your voices are being heard.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mr.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, for doing such an extraordinary job on all of this.
For 43 long days, the Democrats held this House and the entire country hostage. Finally, with the lights back on, this body's returning to our regular legislative session. We have a lot of work to do. My colleagues on this side of the chamber are ready and eager to get back to our urgent legislative work that we promised the American people we would do. We've got to continue lowering the cost of health care. We've got to bring down prices for American families, and we've got to finish the regular appropriations process, just to name a few of those priorities. And I wish I could say that our first order of business would be to get to those urgent priorities, but of course we're here spending time on the floor about something else. This is something we could have resolved last week when we brought a unanimous consent to pass this discharge with the full support of the body. But our friends over here who are arguing today stalled that. They objected to it, and they wanted to have this exercise instead. And that's why we say that this is a show vote. That's what this is. They're making a show of it. And it really is a shame. We have some heroic women in the chamber today. I met with many of them a while back. They're in the gallery here. They have come forward. They have shown their faces. They've used their names to share the unspeakable tragedies that many of them were subjected to, some of them when they were very young. And it is a heroic service to the country. They are seeking justice, and the justice has been delayed for too long. The Department of Justice, many years ago, should have brought these charges. It took too long to do it. And now we're in this process of making sure all the American people get the information, but we have to do it in the right way, After 4 years of Democrat control under President Biden, they were not truthful with us about a lot of things. The Democrats insisted the border was secure. We knew it wasn't. They insisted that inflation was transitory. We knew it wouldn't be. They misled the American people about the obvious mental and physical decline of the previous commander-in-chief. And now those same Democrats are demanding transparency. Suddenly, transparency is their new word. Out of nowhere, they've taken a curious concern in the Epstein investigation, all in the name of that, in the name of transparency. But the question has been asked here many times during the debate on the floor, and everybody questioning why it is that Democrats have done this right now have to look at the obvious facts. The Democrats had all the Epstein files in their possession for 4 long years under the Biden presidency. The Biden Department of Justice had these files, and no one on this side who is breathless today about the urgency of this release ever said a word about it. And it was the Democrats who could have urged President Biden's Department of Justice to go beyond prosecuting just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. They didn't do it. And so it's a fair question to ask today, why now? Why the sudden urgent interest in Jeffrey Epstein? Look, we know why. It's because the Democrats were never interested in transparency or executing justice or protecting the victims of this unspeakable tragedy before. The simple truth is obvious for everybody to see. This is a political exercise for Democrats, and it pains me to say it. I wish that was not the truth, but it is, and it's undeniable. This is as deceitful and dishonest as their pointless stunt was to shut the government down. Democrats are using the Epstein tragedy, the unspeakable evils that this guy committed with his trafficking ring and all of the abuses that they made these young women go through. They're using that as a political weapon to try to distract from their failures as a party and to try their best to try to tie President Trump somehow into this wretched scandal. The president had nothing to do with it. He's been very clear, and he has nothing to hide, and that's why he's endorsed the vote today. I suspect this vote will be probably unanimous. But here's the important point that everybody needs to understand. We have been advocates of maximum transparency, but we have also insisted that the victims be carefully protected. The Oversight Committee has been doing extraordinary work, and we've got some of the most vigorous advocates on the Republican and Democrat side on the Oversight Committee. They've been working in earnest to deliver transparency for the American people and to do it in a responsible manner. What do we mean by that? The bipartisan effort over there is already producing all the results that the discharge petition seeks and much, much more. Chairman Comer and all of these advocates over there have been releasing thousands of documents, for example, from the Epstein estate. By the way, in my view, that's been the greatest treasure trove of information because it's yielded for us Epstein's own personal flight logs, his financial records, his daily calendars, and so much more. But importantly, none of that was addressed or is addressed in the legislation that's being voted on today. The estate files wouldn't even have been encompassed in that. And so it goes to show that the Oversight Committee is doing it from the right way. From the very beginning, we've been insistent that this matter be handled carefully and with the utmost caution and care for to the people who have been harmed. They should not be made to suffer any longer. We're talking about real people's lives at stake here, and young victims who don't want to be dragged into this political game that could get hurt further. But the Democrats are rushing the release of thousands of unsubstantiated documents that may be included in this, that are going to be in the public domain with the passage of this bill. And there are serious deficiencies in the legislation that I have noted at length, and Republicans have to work to address those deficiencies in the Senate if and when this legislation is advanced. I stood before the American public today at our press conference, and I explained in detail the dangers of the discharge petition. We have posted at my website, speaker.gov, a summary. The legal counsel, a small army of lawyers, put this together. I used to be a federal court litigator. Many of my colleagues who have spoken today were. We understand the dangers of how this was haphazardly drawn up. And among them, by the way, Mr. Speaker, before I forget, I seek unanimous consent to enter into this document into the record. It's on the website. It's entitled, How the Flaws of H.R. 4405 Could Re-Victimize Epstein's Victims, Create New Victims, and Damage the Judicial System. It is dated today. Thank you. And it summarizes just 5 or 6 of the major concerns. Among them, it fails to fully protect victim privacy. It could create new categories of victims. It potentially jeopardizes grand jury secrecy. It fails to prohibit release of child sexual abuse materials that are not appropriately defined in the legislation. It jeopardizes future federal investigations, and we have national security concerns regarding classified information. We'll put this in the record because we need the legislative record to reflect what is the legislative intent behind this vote. I used to litigate cases. We would litigate federal statutes and whether or not they could survive, and legislative intent is important. And we need to say clearly for the record, as a Speaker of the House, I'm saying to you, this legislation that will pass today is flawed and it must be amended. The question is, why didn't we amend it here before we passed it? Because the authors won't allow it. Because under the rules of the House, under a discharge petition, they have to agree to consent for the legislation to be amended, and they're not doing that. So now we rely upon our partners in the other chamber to get that done, and they need to do that. The victims deserve our utmost respect. In fact, they should be saluted for their courage. And the young women who have not come forward, who are now, some of them are middle-aged women who have not come forward, also deserve our respect, and they deserve to be protected. Republicans support transparency. We want maximum transparency, especially when it comes to disclosing the names of anybody who had anything to do with these evils, anybody who conspired with or aided in any way Jeffrey Epstein. They must be brought to justice. We want the bill to be amended so it doesn't, at the same time, violate victim privacy, create new victims, disclose the names of any whistleblower or informant, cause the release of grand jury materials or child sexual abuse materials, or undermine our national security. And if and when the Senate takes this up, we will work with our colleagues over there to make sure that these things are corrected. I'll just close with this simple thought. We've been at this a while. It's drug on for a while, but it's time for this to come to light. I expect that this will be a unanimous vote, and it will reflect what I think every member in this chamber, and I'll say this now, at least in recent days, every member of the chamber on the Democrat side, they didn't say anything for 4 years, but they're for maximum transparency now, and so is this side. But we want to do it in a respectful and careful manner so that we don't subject innocent people to further harm. And that has been the whole thing. I told all my members today I'll be voting yes on this, and I suspect almost everyone will. We'll send it to the Senate, and we hope it's corrected. Thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'm yielding to Mr. Gomez for the sole purpose of making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Gomez is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this an appropriate time to point out that the Republicans named Children's Savings Account in their so-called One Big Beautiful Bill after Donald Trump, someone connected to one of the most notorious pedophiles in this country, or that the Speaker of the House just lied on the floor by stating that there was protection, there isn't protections for the victims in the Epstein bill.
The gentleman is no longer recognized. The gentleman from Maryland, you are recognized.
I am prepared to close. I've got no more speakers on my side.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No.
Gentleman from Ohio has 30 seconds.
Can I inquire how much time is remaining?
30 seconds. 6 minutes, 15 seconds.
Take 30 of his.
We reserve. Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
I'll take the opportunity of the Speaker's presence to respond to some of the things that he said. In the very presence of the victims and the survivors who come to join us today, the Speaker said that now would be a time we should be working on urgent legislative work. Mr. Speaker, justice is urgent legislative work. The truth is urgent legislative work. The Speaker says, why now? Why now? Well, Mr. Speaker, you were the one who refused to swear in Adelita Grajova for 50 days. We would have done it 50 days ago, but she provided the 218th signature on the discharge petition. So why now? It was because of your dilatory tactics, your delay, your postponement of it. Now, the gentleman says that there are not sufficient protections. There are protections in the bill for the victims to make sure that their names will be redacted. And yet we hear even the Speaker of the House of Representatives openly inviting the U.S. Senate to start finger painting on this bill, which we have waited more than 5 months to bring to the floor. The Senate should pass the bill exactly as it's written. The President should sign it exactly as he said he would when he finally changed his mind. And the Epstein file must be released. Moreover, if the President is serious about what he's saying, he's got the power to release the Epstein file right now. Nobody's stopping him. It's within his possession. It's within his control. He can release the whole thing, and he can redact the names of the victims and others who are innocent in this process. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson said that these are unspeakable evils. Well, because of the bravery and the invincible courage of the women who've joined us today, they're no longer unspeakable. They're spoken. They're articulated. The cat is out of the bag, and we know what's been going on for decades. It's been a double standard of justice, going all the way back to Alex Acosta, who later got rewarded with a cabinet appointment in the Trump administration. Alex Acosta had a 60-count federal indictment ready to go against all kinds of people for an interstate sex trafficking conspiracy with solicitation, with child sex abuse, all of it. And he traded that 60-count federal indictment for 1 count in state court. And Jeffrey Epstein ended up getting the sweetest of sweetheart deals ever on the plea bargain front. He was free from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to do whatever he wanted and continuing to perpetrate his crimes and run his conspiracy. And then he would come and he would watch TV and spend the night in jail. And it was over in about a year after the rape and sexual abuse of hundreds and hundreds of girls. And he kept going and he kept at it. We want the whole truth to come out. This is the United States of America. Even the British monarchy wouldn't put up with this. How about the American democracy? How about we say, no way, we're not going to allow this cover-up to go on for 1 day more. And I'm glad the President changed his mind after pulling out all the stops to try to get one of our Republican colleagues to change their mind, to remove their name from the discharge petition. He gave up. And I want to salute the gentlelady from Colorado from having the courage to stand her ground in the Situation Room in the White House and say, no, she wasn't going to be bullied. No. So I'm glad the President changed his mind. But let's be clear, Mr. President, you've got the power today to release the entire file. That's what you called for. That's what Pam Bondi called for. That's what Kash Patel called for. So we don't need anybody calling for the Senate to slow things down for more weeks and more months. The American people have had it. We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman is reminded to direct your comments to the chair and not your colleagues. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized, and you do have 90 seconds remaining. Correction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The Democrat Party, with help from the dishonest media, used the Epstein files not to seek justice from the victims, but to smear President Trump. And it's sickening, quite sickening. The Democrats have used the Epstein files to distract the American people from the wins President Trump and his administration have delivered for the American people for the last 11 months. I'm proud to work with my Republican colleagues on the House Oversight Committee in coordination with the Justice Department. 65,000 pages of documents are related from Epstein released. What have my Democrat colleagues done? They selectively leaked and altered documents to mislead the American people. As President Trump has stated, we have nothing to hide here. I'm voting to release the files so that we can move on from this smear campaign the Democrats have manufactured. God bless
Gentleman's
Donald J.
time has
Trump.
expired. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
All right. How much time do I have to close?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank all of America for tuning in to this. I want to thank Representatives Massey and Khanna, Representative Green, all of those who have insisted upon bringing the truth forward and a reckoning with the reality of one of the worst international child sex trafficking rings ever to exist in the United States and the cover-up attendant to it. We've got the opportunity today to do justice for the victims, for the survivors who have come forward to say that the voice of the victims and the survivors must be put at the very center of our deliberations. Not shunted off to the side, not submerged, not subordinated, but put at the very center. We must hear from the people who themselves were victimized by this nightmare. Now, our colleagues across the aisle seem to want to make this into some sort of partisan contest. I haven't heard so much talk about the Democrats since the Democratic National Convention. And all that we've done here is to say we want to bring the truth forward, along with a bipartisan group. We don't want the Senate monkeying around with this in order to slow things down. We want it passed in the Senate. We want it signed. And before that, if the president is true to his word and he wants to see all of this come to light, he can release it now instead of fighting, kicking, and screaming every step along the way. But I'm glad he's changed his mind, and I hope he maintains the momentum he's got to stick with the vast majority of the American people who want to see that the truth is done here. And while he's at it, the administration could reconsider their terrible policies, gutting federal offices and programs designed to combat violence against women. The DOJ terminated hundreds of grants to police departments, defunding the police when it comes to investigating violent sex crimes and to support victims. His DOJ destroyed programs to combat international human trafficking rings. Let's get back on the side of the women. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker Johnson said it right. Why now after 4 years of doing nothing? Because going after President Trump is an obsession with these guys. Best example is John Brennan testified in front of our committee under oath, said he was not involved with the dossier. Only problem is Tulsi Gabbard declassified a report, released that report, and it said exactly the opposite. And she related a story in there where a CIA official went up to Mr. Brennan and said, we shouldn't include this in the report. And John Brennan's response was, yeah, but doesn't it ring true? Forget the facts, forget the truth, go after Trump, put it in. Same dynamic at work here. We're all for protecting innocent victims. We're all for exposing the bad guys who did bad things. But this is an obsession with the left. For 10 years, it's going after President Trump. So vote yes. Make sure the bad guys are held accountable. We all want to do that. Speaker Johnson's right. I think it's going to be unanimous. But understand what they're doing, because they had 4 years and didn't do a darn thing. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4405? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without
Can I request a
objection,
recorded vote, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Yeah, I'm requesting a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Maryland has requested a recorded vote. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, adoption of House Resolution 879 if ordered, and adoption of House Resolution 878. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 1. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 879, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export of import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pretrial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia, and for other purposes, and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 217, the nays are 211. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts rise?
I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. The House will be in order. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To speak out of order for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a man whose dedication, steadiness, and wisdom have shaped not only my work in this chamber, but the work of this institution itself. I'm talking about my Chief of Staff, Brett Horton. There are few people who know Capitol Hill more intimately than Brett. For 15 years...
Gentlemen will suspend. The House will be in order.
For 15 years, he's been by my side. He began as my counsel in 2010 and worked his way through some of the most demanding, consequential roles in the House. Policy Director at the Republican Study Committee, Floor Director in the Majority Whip's office, and for the last decade, my Chief of Staff in both the Whip's office and the Leader's office. To me and countless members of Congress and staff, Brett Horton has been far more than a colleague. He's been a trusted advisor, steady in his approach, wise in his counsel, and deliberate in his words and actions. When the stakes were the highest, Brett's voice was the one you wanted in the room. His fingerprints are on every major Republican policy victory we've achieved in the past decade. But perhaps more importantly, he's been by my side through tough personal and professional challenges that extend far beyond legislating. In the aftermath of the congressional baseball shooting, an event that shook my family, my staff, and this entire conference in Congress, Brett's leadership and friendship were unwavering. He helped carry us through one of the most difficult and unprecedented challenges we ever faced. Mr. Speaker, public service at this level demands trust, character, and unwavering duty for the institution that is this United States Congress. Brett Horton embodies all of these qualities. I'm profoundly grateful for his years of service to me personally, to the House, and to our country. As Brett begins his next chapter, I have no doubt he'll continue to serve with the same excellence that has defined his entire career. The United States House of Representatives is the stronger institution because of Brett Horton's distinguished service here. I wish Brett all the best in his future endeavors, and I tell you, thank you, Brett, for your personal friendship and for your service to this great United States of America and this great Congress. Thank you, Brett Horton.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 879, on which a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Calendar number 47, House Resolution 879. Resolution providing for consideration of the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 80, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 130, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code, the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Buffalo Field Office Record of Decision and approved Resource Management Plan Amendment, providing for consideration of the joint resolution, House Joint Resolution 131, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Land Management relating to Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program Record of Decision, providing for consideration of the concurrent resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 58, denouncing the horrors of socialism, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 1949, to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 3109, to require the Secretary of Energy to direct the National Petroleum Council to issue a report with respect to the petrochemical refineries in the United States and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5107, to repeal the Comprehensive Policing and Justice Reform Amendment Act of 2022, enacted by the District of Columbia Council, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 5214, to require mandatory pre-trial and post-conviction detention for crimes of violence and dangerous crimes, and require mandatory cash bail for certain offenses that pose a threat to the public safety or order in the District of Columbia, and for other purposes,
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 217 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 878, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 878, resolution disapproving the behavior of Representative Jesus G. Chuy Garcia of Illinois.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 236, the nays are 183, with 4 answering present. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will come to order. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privilege of the House.
The gentleman is recognized. Just a moment. Members of the House will come to order. The chair would ask members to please take conversations off the floor. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my House Resolution 888, censoring and condemning Delegate Stacey Plaskett and removing her from the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence for conduct that reflects the discredibility on the House of Representatives for colluding with convicted felon and offender Jeffrey Epstein during a congressional hearing. Whereas Stacey Plaskett, the delegate representing the United States Virgin Islands in the House of Representatives, inappropriately coordinated in real time with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in a congressional hearing in February 2019. Whereas Delegate Plaskett was actively coached by Epstein during the hearing, receiving instructions on specific lines of questioning, and was congratulated after the message by Mr. Epstein, good work. Whereas Jeffrey Epstein, the Speaker of the House, is not in order.
The gentleman has the floor. The chair would again ask the body to please observe the quorum and keep conversations to a minimum. The gentleman has the floor.
Whereas Jeffrey Epstein was a known convicted felony sex offender, having pled guilty and been convicted for procuring a child for prostitution and solicitation, a proselyte in a plea deal in 2008, and served a 13-month prison sentence. Whereas in the course of that investigation, the FBI compiled reports on dozens of confirmed